Like the story. Okay.
Testing. All set.
All good.
All right. It is 4:47 on Tuesday, April 19th, and we are going to start the regular meeting of the Providence City Plan Commission. Start with a roll call. Start with Miguel.
Miguel Quesada. Present. Cheyenne Mandrick, present.
Nicole Verdi, present.
Harry Bilodeau.
Robert Azar, staff.
And I'm Michael Gazdaco, chair. I believe we also have someone joining us remotely.
We have city solicitor Lisa Dinnerman as well,
Okay.
remote.
We don't have any minutes. Let the record show that Noel Sanchez just joined us. We don't have any minutes to approve because we approved them last week at our special meeting. So we'll go directly to the director's report.
You should have minutes from last week and this meeting and the main meeting.
So we'll have two sets of meeting minutes to approve next month.
I think given the expected length of this agenda, we won't have a director's report.
Great. In seeing that we are going to be, there seems to be a lot of interest in the items that we're presenting tonight. So we'll discuss this again going into public comment, but we're going to set some rules about the length of public comment, just so that we keep on track and we can hear from everyone who wants to speak on each matter. There's a lot of interest in a few of our agenda items, so we want to make sure we give everyone the opportunity to be heard. All right, with that, we'll move into the first project. It's a minor land development project. It's a request for extension. We've seen this one before. It's case number 21-018MI, 18 Marcello Street and 25 Piedmont Street. I believe we have.
Good afternoon, Attorney Nicole Martucci on behalf of the applicants.
Thank you very much.
Before the board this evening is a request for a one-year extension of a preliminary plan approval that we received for this project back in June of last summer. That preliminary plan approval was conditioned on a zoning ordinance amendment. We had submitted for that amendment back in May of last year. Due to some delays, it was just granted in February. We also have in the works an administrative subdivision that is necessary for this project. And so we're just here asking for an extension of the preliminary plan approval for 1 year, just to allow ample time to be able to submit the final plan submission. We're hopeful that we won't need that much time, but out of an abundance of caution, that's why we're here today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant's representative?
Nope, no questions. This seems pretty pro forma, and so I'll make a motion to extend the 1 year preliminary plan for 18 Marcello Street and 25 Piedmont Street.
Great, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a second. I'll go around in the order that you're seated. Yay or nay, aye or nay. Nicole Verdi,
Yes.
Harrison Bilodeau,
Yes.
Noel Sanchez,
Aye.
Miguel Quezada,
Aye.
and I vote aye. So the extension is approved
For 1 year, correct?
for 1 year.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move right into agenda item number 2. This is a minor land development project at 94 Summer Street. The applicant is Crossroads, Rhode Island.
And Commissioners, while the applicants get set up, I can provide a quick introduction
Oh, gosh.
Here we go.
I'm deeply sorry. I didn't realize that we were on mute. So we merely had an introduction of the project. Choyan gave an overview, simply reciting from the application, and then we had a request for Mr. Garrahy to take it away.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of other people that are going to be on the presentation. I think it might be appropriate. Bob, I don't know whether you've let in Karen Santilli, Michelle Wilcox, and Neil Hingarini.
Doing that right now.
And Eric Cordes as well, if he's there on his own or with Neil, I'm not sure.
If Eric is in the, I see Eric, yep. And I see Etienne Cote as well. Is that a part of your team, Karen? No, okay. So Etienne, if you're a member of the public, sit tight. We're gonna allow the applicants to present their matter.
Is Eric? I don't see Eric on the line on the screen.
I'm bringing him in.
Thank you. So I'll proceed. Bob, if you could let Karen share her screen, that's the presentation that we're going to start with, and we're going to move as quickly as we can. We know you have a lengthy agenda, so we're going to move quickly, hopefully not too quickly. Hopefully we'll give a comprehensive analysis of the project, and if you have any questions, you can answer them. Quickly is not an indication that the project isn't worthy. It's just we know you have a lengthy agenda item tonight. So if Karen can share her screen, I'll get started. Are we in that process of doing that? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrahy on behalf of Crossroads, Rhode Island. So I've told my team to be as quick as possible with respect to it, and I've also told myself the same thing. So I'm going to proceed and let you know that this is a transformational project. This contains 176 one-bedroom apartments to replace the existing 176 single-room occupancy units in the tower at 160 Broad Street. And as you can see from the screen, the slide, this is very close to 160 Broad Street, but to give you a perspective as to exactly where it is, right across the parking lot on Summer Street. So, and the fact that we're replacing 176 units is not coincidental. We're going to relocate, sorry about that, the existing tenants within the tower into the new apartment. The project will be truly life-changing for the residents who now reside in the tower and for the city. A brand new apartment building providing safe, affordable housing for those most in need of it. A rising tide lifts all boats, and this is truly a welcoming high tide. So remarkably, emphasis on remarkably, the project does not require any variances, waivers, or adjustments from the CPC or the zoning board. It's a fully compliant use and structure in the C2 zone and the transit-oriented development overlay district. So it's a fully compliant project. Many of the projects that you see before the CPC require adjustments or variances or some adjustments to the regulations. This one does not. So at this point, I'm going to have Karen Santilli, the Chief Executive Officer of Crossroads, Rhode Island, give you a brief overview of Crossroads and of the project. Karen, you're on mute.
Thanks, John. Good evening, everybody. I will keep my comments short and highlight the essential elements of this project. Just very brief background. The mission of Crossroads Rhode Island is to help homeless or at-risk individuals and families secure stable homes. And those that we serve achieve this by engaging in a range of services, including housing, basic needs, case management, referral, and education and employment services. Our values that underlie everything we do are safety, respect, and effectiveness. The philosophy and model of service delivery is based on housing first, which is the most effective best practice tool in ending homelessness. We are all very aware of the need for more housing at all income levels in the city and the state. Homelessness is on the rise, and there is a critical lack of housing that people, especially people with very low income, can afford to live in. Permanent supportive housing is housing plus services to help people stabilize and remain housed so they never become homeless again. Crossroads is the only housing developer that creates permanent supportive housing exclusively for people experiencing homelessness and people 30% area median income and below. Summer Street will convert an abandoned and blighted surface parking lot into a beautiful apartment for 176 people who already live in this neighborhood. The tower at 160 Broad Street consists of 176 single-room occupancy apartments. These SROs are obsolete and are not conducive to positive living conditions for the residents. The Summer Street building will allow all current rent-paying residents to move into a proper apartment. Summer Street is required for those residents to remain living in their neighborhood, and it will be a building for people with extremely low income. Just very quick to show, this is where the current rooms, the current SRO, average size of the room is 110 square feet. This is not a shelter, this is housing, permanent supportive housing. There are no private bathrooms. You can imagine how difficult this was, particularly during the pandemic. Shared bathrooms, no private kitchens or cooking amenities, no storage space, no community meeting space for residents, no outdoor green space for the residents, no ability to have visitors, and often food trucks creating trash and unsafe situations on Service Road occurs. The new apartments, and if you notice, the red dotted line is the current size of the room overlaid in what the new apartments will offer. 500 square feet on average apartment size. Again, private bathroom, a full kitchen with table and chairs, a living room with space for visitors, storage and closet space, group meeting space on every floor of the building, private outdoor green space for the residents, and no food trucks. In response, so how did we engage the community? We, over the course of February and March, hand-delivered flyers to all area residences and businesses in the area, offering them an opportunity to participate in 3 meetings in February, March, and April. We offered virtual and in-person. We offered English and Spanish language. We offered on-site, as well as another off-site location, thanks to the folks at Avenue Concept for hosting us, as well as virtual sessions. We had morning, noon, and evening times, weekend and weekday, and we offered childcare for in-person meetings. Basically, we tried to be as inclusive and engaging as possible. We shared this information at 2 meetings of the South Providence Neighborhood Association, as well as the Trinity Together group. And then for those who couldn't make any of these meetings, we offered one-on-one opportunities to meet with us so we could share the news. In response to the community feedback, we've already made a few changes. We're actually creating a new position at Crossroads called the community liaison role to continue this engagement with our neighbors. We'll talk more about this with the specifics of the building, but how trash is managed in the building will be an enclosed loading dock. There'll be no open dumpsters. And also that there's a comprehensive plan for lighting, security, and safety around the building. I'll now introduce Michelle Wilcox, Crossroads President, to talk more specifically about the building.
Karen, this is the rendering of the building. It's the Stewart Street view. John, I don't know if you want to say a few words first, and then I can go into some of the architectural compliance.
Well, what we're going to talk about is that it's zoning compliant, fully zoning compliant, and all the regulations. It's right up to the street line as required by the regulations. And no parking is required because it's in a transit-oriented zone. But we are providing 13 parking spaces with respect to the front of the building, and we're showing one of the other slides shows the entrance, which has a garden, so to speak, entrance to the building.
Right. So this is the building is 5 stories. The height and number of stories are both in compliance with zoning. The Stewart Street side is actually the front of the building, where Summer Streets and Conduit Streets are the side and corner sides. Even though we're calling it the Summer Street development, the Stewart Street is the main entrance. This building will provide for residential uses only, with some accessory to residential uses. So the leasing office and the meeting space. There is no commercial uses whatsoever in the building. Karen, if you go to the next slide, please. This is the rendering of the interior courtyard space. The courtyard provides green space for the residents and their guests. We've worked closely with our architect to ensure that safety and security are paramount in our approach. There are sight lines. The office location is on the Stewart Street, but also through to the courtyard. And so this enables the staff to be able to see what's happening both at the entrance and in the courtyard area. The exterior lighting and cameras and exterior doors are all designed to ensure that we have the best safety and security for our residents and guests. The building is exempt from the transparency requirements because it is a residential project, but you see through this rendering that there is a fair amount of glass in that office area. The primary material of the exterior of the building is thin brick, and the pattern is meant to create an optical illusion. There's a gradient from far away, and up close you can see the individual bricks. The lighting is dark sky compliant lighting, all shielded fixtures that are building mounted on all sides. Karen, if you go to the next slide. I realize this is probably a little difficult to see, but this is the ground floor plan. And on the left-hand side of the floor plan, you can see that's the loading dock area. That is where the enclosed trash area will be. All of the units actually will be handicapped accessible, to include appropriate turning radiuses, clearances, low shelving, floor services, and so forth. The building is designed to be zero net energy. And so we are enrolled in the National Grid Zero Net Energy Buildings program. And that means that the building will be 47% greater than energy codes, better than energy code. This includes efficient walls, windows, roof, ultra efficient heating and cooling systems. We're using an air source heat pump system, and the building is 100% solar powered, both through a solar array on the roof as well as remote net metering offsite. And with that, I will turn it over to Neil and Eric to talk about the zoning and site overview.
Yes, and I think Neil is going to share the screen. Bob, there you go, perfect.
Neil, you're muted.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for that. Neil Hingarani, professional land surveyor, Narragansett Engineering. So we're plat 64, lot 260. This is a 176 apartment building, 5-story. Again, it is a minor land development with no waivers requested. We are located in the C2 zone with a transit-oriented overlay. It's worth noting the site is located near many public transit resources. This is the existing conditions map. The site is essentially vacant. It's a paved parking lot. Topography generally slopes toward the southwest. That's the low point. The lot area is 50,172 square feet, and we are bounded by Summer, Conduit, Stewart, and a small portion of Warner's Lane. There are no applicable setbacks, but there are build-to requirements which have been met. It's 68% for the front, which is Stewart, where 60% is required, and 43% for Summer, where 40% is required. Just going to move to the proposed condition sheet here. The proposed building cover is 55% and impervious cover proposed is 85%. So we're reducing that from what is essentially 100% impervious cover at the moment. Canopy cover calculations were provided on the landscaping plan. 7,525 square feet, which is 15%, is the requirement, and 8,600 square feet of canopy coverage has been provided. So that requirement is also met. There is. Oh, go ahead.
There's a tree, right, that is on the site that's going to be replaced, an existing tree that is going
You
to
hit
be.
it on the head. Yes.
Go
correct.
right ahead.
Yep, there's an existing tree. It's labeled as a tree of heaven that has shown to be removed. This is something that came into play after the landscaping plan. This will not survive construction. So my understanding is have been some discussions to replace that tree in kind as it provides some screening for one of the abutters here.
Right.
The building height has been mentioned, 58 feet versus 70 feet allowed in the overlay zone. So again, that's conforming. There are sidewalks, mix of concrete and asphalt along the site perimeter. Due to the limit of excavation, these would be damaged. So these are going to be proposed to be removed and replaced with concrete sidewalks for the construction. In this zone, in the overlay district, there is no parking requirement, but we're proposing 13 spaces, of which 2 of those are ADA compliant. The parking is shown at a 60-degree angle and with a 16-foot aisle, which is again above the minimums prescribed by zoning. The main entry for the building is again off Stewart Street. And the parking and aisleway is proposed as a one-way flow. So people will come in off Stewart. There is a drop-off area directly adjacent to the entry that leads to the ADA accessible route. Traffic again is one way, so everyone will continue out onto Summer Street. The parking proposed is primarily for staff and visitors. It's not expected that that residents will have cars, but there are other parking options in the area. There is an enclosed dumpster and rollout recycling shown on the plan. I'm just highlighting it now. There is one loading space that meets the requirements prescribed by zoning. The loading space is enclosed, but it meets all dimensional requirements as stipulated by zoning. The bicycle calculations were submitted as part of this application. Ultimately, 35 are required and 37 have been provided, of which more than 80% are the long-term covered bicycle spaces. Signage is relatively limited. What is proposed will conform with zoning. Most of it's associated with wayfinding.
We just want to talk about stormwater, how that's being handled on site.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass this on to Eric. That was my last line. Thank you.
Hi, Eric Cordes, civil engineer at Narragansett Engineering. For circulation, just a couple other issues. We did meet with the fire department reviewing access considerations and general circulation paths for delivery vehicles. In the trash recycling area, in the driveway exit, there will be a restriction on parking on the far side of Summer Street, which we did review with city staff in a letter that was provided to the planning department. There's a dense network of utilities surrounding the site, particularly in respect to electric, water, and sewer infrastructure. In terms of proposed connections, the building will have the following: 2 6-inch sewer lateral connections, both located on Conduit Street, a proposed 6-inch fire and a 4-inch domestic water line connection on Summer Street, with the final connection location as per the Providence water. There is an existing fire hydrant in front of the drive aisle that will be relocated approximately 30 feet northerly on Summer Street in accordance with Providence water provisions. There will be a new electrical conduit coming from the transformer on site. And then that's going to connect to a new electric manhole on Summer Street. It's worth noting that the building will be solar powered and all electric. Off-site, there's going to be solar panels on the roof, and an additional off-site metered solar is to make up the rest of the electrical supply for the building. There will be no gas connection and no fossil fuel use proposed at the facility. For stormwater, at current, the site is approximately 100% impervious, with the vast majority of the water flowing off-site to the southwest into the gutter line. We did have meetings with the authorities having jurisdiction, the NBC and the city of Providence on this site. Rhode Island DEM, permitting staff, we met with them as well, and they said they did not have jurisdiction. We are following the Rhode Island DEM requirements, and as well as the NBC in the city of Providence. At present, the site is essentially completely impervious. There is no stormwater management to speak of. It's proposed that the roof leaders, the majority of the driveway, and the courtyard impervious spaces will be sent to a sand filter, which is going to be located in underground tanks. That then flows to an attenuation tank, and the final flow will be sent to the NBC sewer system. And the system is designed in such a way that if future NBC storm sewer lines run through the area, that the system can be easily disconnected and connected to the future system. There is a peak flow reduction of about 50% on smaller storms, and that reduces slightly as you get to the larger storms. At a 100-year storm, it's 28%. So the system does meet or exceed the DEM, City of Providence, and the NBC requirements. And we do have some offsite drainage that flows onto the site from Warner's Lane, and that has been accounted for in the design to handle that as well. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, and we're just going to conclude with Karen's. There you go. So just from a comprehensive plan perspective, would respectfully suggest that this is a home run. Create new housing, support creative new ownership rental housing citywide, create new and preserve existing affordable workforce and moderate income rental opportunities throughout the city, promote maintenance, development of supportive housing, both owner occupied and rental, to ensure that all residents with special needs have access to safe and affordable housing in all neighborhoods. housing and transit, promote integration of housing and transit services. This is exactly that. Sustainability and built environment, promote and implement environmental sustainable design and development, as you talked about, solar, net zero from an energy point of view. So this risk from the housing element of the comprehensive plan, this is a home run. So I'll conclude with that. I just welcome any questions that you have. We think that this serves the needs of this community, need more housing, need more affordable housing, need more for the moderate income housing. This project meets that requirement, and it replaces the existing 176 units, which is really not serviceable for the people that it serves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate your comprehensive yet brief presentation. The first question I have, and then we'll pass it along to some other commissioners. I have a few short questions. What's going to happen to the existing housing, the 176 units that you have on the service road? What's the ultimate goal of that building?
The existing at 160 Broad Street, the tower,
Yes.
our future plans are to renovate the obsolete SROs and turn them into permanent supportive apartments, full apartments. We're estimating about 80 apartments. So reduction of from 176 rooms to about 80 apartments.
Okay. You mentioned a community outreach liaison, but I don't think I heard much talked about that. Could you explain that a little bit? One of the things that I know from living in that area and traversing it often is the impact that all of, not just Crossroads, but Amos House and all of the other social service providers in that area have as an impact on that neighborhood. So I'm hoping you could speak to that just briefly.
Sure. One of the things that we heard from folks in the community was if they had someone that they knew was on staff that they could reach out to directly if they had questions or concerns, that they could connect with someone directly and know who that person is, and that person would be from the community, engaged with the community. And so we took that feedback to heart and have created a new position at Crossroads that we will fund with our private funds to hire a community liaison person and let the community know that that person is there and they can connect with them for any issues in any of the Crossroads related properties throughout the entire city, actually.
Great, thank you. And then the final question I have is the tree that's existing that you're replacing. I guess this goes to the engineers. But you're not going to replace that tree in kind, are you? You're not going to replace it with an invasive species that currently exists?
No, that's going to be replaced with a new species. This came up recently, and the landscape architect is still working on the appropriate one for that spot. But it will be a decent sized tree. We're trying to create the similar type cover for visual filter there.
Great. I think that's all I have. I'll let the other commissioners ask questions. We can go in order.
So thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. I want to kind of add on to Michael's question about the 176 units that are being moved over to the other building will be replaced with approximately 80, as you said. But there are other units besides those SROs in that building as well, correct? Or is that, if so, how many of those are there and what would happen to those?
There are currently 16 efficiency apartments at 160 Broad Street that will remain and are not part of this redevelopment project.
So just a 60, okay. And there was and Karen, and I apologize if you did mention this, but I was kind of taking some notes. You mentioned a requirement that the residents be moved to a property at Summer Street. I'm assuming you mean by proximity, or what's the requirement? Why does it have to be on Summer Street?
Michelle, do you want to talk to those?
Sure.
Thank you.
The requirement is 1-for-1 replacement of the units because we have a variety of federal funds. And HUD has, whenever renovations or construction is happening under federally funded property, there is something called the Uniform Relocation Act, which we are held to, which requires us to relocate the displaced residents to comparable housing with the like services and supports and so forth. So we are required to relocate all 176 residents. And that really is the goal of the Summer Street development, because the SROs are obsolete and we would not replace SROs with SROs.
And yes, okay. So just to clarify, the requirement is the 1-for-1 replacement, not necessarily the location.
There are requirements related to the location. When you do relocation housing, it has to be appropriate and within, the appropriate distance from the existing housing, because we're relocating folks that they don't have a choice in this matter. So it is required, and we are required to provide the services and supports to them as well. Some of the funding that we have for operating our current Section 8 contract with Providence Housing Authority is converting to what's called a RAD contract with HUD, and that requires the proximity to be adjacent to the existing building.
Thank you.
Okay, Nicole,
No questions for me at this time.
thank you. Harrison?
Well, I wish Kristen were here, but why are there no families? Why are there no larger apartments being planned? In other words, why are they all 1-bedroom and studio?
Do you want to take it, Michelle, or?
So this again, the existing SROs, single room occupancies, are exclusively for single individuals. And this Summer Street apartment building is a replacement for the tower single room occupancy. So that is why we are building 176 1-bedroom apartments. Crossroads has family housing, lots of it in Providence and other locations throughout the state, but this particular project is for our single individuals who currently live in those SROs.
And in the 160 Broad Street renovation, are you planning any family housing there or not?
Our initial design does not have any family housing in those 84. It's a mixture of 1-bedroom and studio apartments.
Yeah, and let me just add, Harry, that's not part of this development and not before you. I mean, you certainly can ask the question, but it's not part of the development. So it's maybe not be as fleshed out as this development is.
Well, I know that, John, but I'm interested in the fact that we're talking about roughly 250 or so at least apartments in a very congested area, all exactly the same. I'm just find it curious.
Yep.
That's all. And
Yep.
I did have one kind of a technical question. With regard to the heating and electricity, how much of it is being produced by on site, roughly? How much, do you have any idea? I know you said there would be no fossil fuels, I guess, going into the site, but I know electricity has to come from somewhere, so where's it coming from?
From the
So-
sun, Harry, from the sun.
All of it?
Yes, all of it. About a third of our energy use will be produced by the solar array on site on the roof. And the remaining 2/3 is through a remote net metering arrangement.
Oh, that's what I'm getting at. So 2/3 comes, I guess, from National Grid or
No,
wherever they get it?
no, it comes, the Crossroads will likely contract with a vendor who has a solar array somewhere. And that energy will be produced for us for this building. It's also possible that we may put solar arrays on other of our existing property and use that energy for the Summer Street building.
Okey doke, thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Noel?
So my question is about the other building. And I know we're not looking at that building right now, but the timing of the renovation of the other building and the financing of that, is that in motion already?
It is not.
So what will be the use of the building while after the new one is built?
It is our intention that when Summer Street is complete and we move the residents to there, that we will be able to begin renovation of the tower. But the construction of this building is about a 20-month process from when we start construction. So we will, once this is finalized and we will then begin work on the financing and plans for the tower.
That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Any follow-ups, Miguel?
Just wanted to get a better idea of the additional units. So I know there'll be 80 units at 160 Broad Street, but we received some commentary, as you know, and there was, well, I have a question, that there was a proposal potential at 371 Pine Street with some additional units. Is that still in motion, and how many units do you expect to produce there?
371 Pine Street is a building that Crossroads acquired with COVID relief funds as part of our COVID plan, where we had to spread out people that were in our congregate shelter during COVID that were unsafe to stay in congregate shelter. So we're using the building as a temporary overflow for shelter as well as overflow for staffing. We had lots of folks sharing offices. So that's how that building is being used. As part of our the award of that building is part of the COVID relief funding. Our obligation to the state is to eventually convert that building into permanent supportive housing. And those plans are not fleshed out at this point either. We have very preliminary concepts of what that building could be. And we're looking at maybe 20, 25 apartments.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any more questions for the applicant before Choyan reads the staff report? Well, take it away, Choyan.
Sure. And commissioners, just before I do this, I'd just like to say we do have a sign-in sheet on the table over there. If anyone wishes to speak, please sign your name in and we'll follow you up when we're taking public comment. So as far as the project goes, you have seen the applicant speak about the dimensions, the design, parking, landscaping, drainage, as well as other factors that we consider at this stage. So we do find that this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This area is intended for neighborhood, commercial, mixed-use development where multifamily development is encouraged, particularly when it's in proximity to commercial corridors. So the project conforms with objectives H2, H3, and H4, which support creation of new and affordable housing. Construction of dense development would be in conformance with objective VE3. And also, we should note that, as the applicant noted, this is located in a transit-oriented development overlay district. So the reduction in parking would conform to objectives M2, M3, and M4, as it would promote alternative transportation like biking, transit, and walking. So as discussed, this is in conformance with the use of the C2 zone as well as the TOD overlay. The dimensions as well as the design with the treatment on the facade are in conformance with the ordinance. And the parking does conform, especially with vehicular and bicycle parking requirements, as well as provision of the loading space. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. The applicant has spoken about how the project will be environmentally sustainable. This is a buildable lot. We don't see any physical constraints to development. And street access will be provided from Summer, Stewart, and Conduit Streets. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the preliminary plan, subject to the conditions that the validity of the plan be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter, and that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you, Choyan. Before we open up to public comment, I'd like to hand it over to Bob Azar to discuss some of the written materials we've received already. Go right ahead, and maybe comment on one letter specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've received several letters. They've all been transmitted to you. I'm not going to read them, but I will just summarize what we've received. There were letters from 11 residents of 162 Broad Street. That's the so-called tower. These are residents of Crossroads. Miguel Montero, Patrick Thompson. I apologize if I can't read all of these. I think it's Lorenzo Cersei, Michelle Perry, Kevin Wright, Althea Bing, Branford Sims, Francis Collier, Julie Young, John Cote, Kiko DeSaros. They're all essentially saying that they're in support of the project and they look forward to being able to move into the new housing as it will provide for better and more respectable living arrangements. We've also received a letter of support from One Neighborhood Builders, another from the Rhode Island Coalition to End Homelessness, another one from Eric Hirsch, who's the chair of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at Providence College, all in favor of this project. There was one letter that you received that was in opposition to the project. That's from the South Providence Neighborhood Association. In this letter, there is an assertion that this proposed development, I'm quoting, if approved, would violate the affirmatively further fair housing rule of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, also known as the Fair Housing Act, which requires HUD and its recipients of federal financial assistance to do more than simply not discriminate. They must take meaningful actions to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities. Essentially, the letter is saying that this project would, as I understand it, concentrate poverty, and that therefore this could be considered a violation of the Civil Rights Act because it would discriminate against people of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. This is a letter that we received today, and we've spent a lot of time in the office trying to understand exactly what this means, and I've spent a lot of time talking with folks within the city who are specialists in this area to try to understand how a project like this is viewed. I'll say first off Choyan read to you the standards that you are bound by when reviewing land development projects, zoning, comprehensive plan, buildable lot, etc. That is always your charge. That is what planning boards do. That is what is in the state law. But I do feel obliged to address this because it's an important allegation that I think needs to be explained. So from my discussion with Emily Friedman, who is our department's community development director, she's the one who, on behalf of the city, is charged with dispersing federal funds for housing that come from HUD. We are required to do something called an analysis of impediments to fair housing. This is a document that we produce every 5 years, and it evaluates, first of all, our zoning ordinance to determine if there are any built-in impediments in zoning to providing fair housing. The analysis of impediments says that there are things that we could do to reduce impediments, specifically around how we define family. We define family as people who are related or groups of not more than 3 unrelated people. In this analysis, that's seen as a potential impediment to fair housing. In fact, every community in the state has the same standard. It's kind of embodied in state law. Also, it speaks to the fact that we don't treat group homes the same way we treat single family homes. That's seen as an impediment. That's something that we're committed to evaluating our zoning. Of the 6 entitlement communities that were analyzed in this analysis of impediments, Providence scores the best in terms of our zoning and in terms of the lowest impediments to fair housing. Next, with respect to racially and ethnically concentrated poverty, the analysis of impediments looks at that as well. As it turns out, much of the city falls into the category of having concentrations of racially and ethnic poverty. The goal that we state in this analysis and in the city's consolidated plan, which is required in order to get funding from HUD, is to try to locate affordable housing throughout the city. And we try to do that. We try to find areas of what we call high opportunity, economic opportunity, and so forth. When we have a scoring rubric that evaluates projects to determine whether they should receive funding, that's one of the categories that we look at. Obviously, areas of high opportunity tend to be areas of high wealth. They tend to be areas where land is very expensive and scarce, and it's very difficult to locate affordable housing in these areas, but we do try, and we do prioritize projects that meet these standards. One example on the east side is one of the I-195 parcels, parcel 9, that will have affordable housing, and it will be funded for affordable housing based on the fact that it is in an area of relatively higher opportunity. Secondary to locating affordable housing in areas of high opportunity is locating housing in areas of high transportation opportunity. If the housing itself can't be in an area of high opportunity, if it's close to transportation, then that would be considered to score high, because it would enable residents of the housing to get to areas of high opportunity, to get to jobs and so forth. By definition, the TOD zone, transit-oriented development zone, that this falls into is one of those areas. It's directly on the Broad Street corridor, which hosts the R line, which is the most frequent bus service in the state. In discussing with Ms. Friedman, her conclusion, and I can speak for the department that we are confident that this project is consistent with that analysis of impediments and with the city's consolidated plan, and would certainly not be in violation of federal civil rights. In fact, if you were to deny a project that conforms to zoning on the basis of who is living in this facility, namely people with disabilities, people of color, that actually would be a red flag when it comes to a violation of the Fair Housing Act. Once again, your job is to find consistency with the comp plan and with zoning. It's up to the funders to decide whether how this conforms to the Fair Housing Act. Every funder of this project is going to have to do that analysis, and those funders could potentially include the City of Providence, the State of Rhode Island through Rhode Island Housing, perhaps the Providence Housing Authority, and even a direct earmark from HUD. Those are all possible funding sources for this. So that analysis has to be done, and you can rest assured that it will be done. And if any of those funders find an issue with this project relative to the Fair Housing Act, they would certainly not agree to fund the project.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I'm sure other commissioners appreciate that very comprehensive summary. Since we did just get that letter today, it was a concerning piece of mail to get right when we were hearing an application. So with that, before we open up public comment, I'm going to reiterate what I started to discuss at the beginning of this meeting. There's a lot of interest in our agenda items this evening, and we want to make sure we give everyone the opportunity to be heard. So we are going to be limiting public comment to 2 minutes per person. And if I will have discretion to extend that if the conversation is on topic and relevant to this application, but we're going to start at 2 minutes per person. And I'll start with the sign-up sheet that we have here. Oh, actually, I'm going to start with, thank you. We have Councilwoman Harris, who's the representative from this area. So we're going to open up public comment, starting with Councilwoman Harris. Councilwoman, thank you for joining us this evening.
Greetings, thank you. My name is Mary Kay Harris. I represent Ward 11. I'm speaking from my spirit because I didn't write anything down. In fact, I was trying to figure out the energy that's in the room. I spent most of the meetings with people that was in the community. I attended a lot of the meetings simply because we all want housing, right? We all want houses here in Rhode Island. We want houses that everybody can afford. There is no such thing as high-end apartments without low-end. And so we know that we need people to be able to develop and be able to develop a house as well. Now, I know you have a job, Commissioner. As a council person, I know your job sometimes becomes very complex because there's a lot of things that you have to make up your mind about when you're making decisions. I want to say that it's sad that I have to stand here today because as I was attending those meetings, Commissioner Gadaska and Commissioner Harrison also brought up something that was a part of that meeting. But I can tell you of all the meetings I attended, I did not get the answer about, we know it's going to be quality houses. We heard that. And we heard that it's going to be better living standards than what people are living in right now. I think it's inhumane for somebody to have to live in a one room. I think it's like, to me, it's like almost like human suffering in its own kind of way, because in some way or the other, you're in a solidarity type of way of living. We don't want that. We don't want nobody living like that. But I can tell you in those meetings, the only thing that disappointed me was the fact that Crossroads, as I live, just a block or so down from Crossroads, was not able to answer the question about the service that the people would get. Now, they're moving from a one-room apartment to be responsible for a unit. Those things were not explained to the community. In fact, it outraged the community. I'm glad to hear that they heard some of the pieces of the community. It wasn't about as much as a community liaison. It's the fact that Crossroads have not been a really good neighbor. There's no way to report things that we see that go on in the neighborhood. There's a lot of crime that happened. There's a lot of violence. I just got a email at the end of the week, last week. Someone set a fire to a fence that was close to someone's house. And these are all behavior of people who don't get the proper service they need. You understand? It's not about, we want quality houses, but we also want human beings treated like human beings. And so I feel torn between the fact that I'm the biggest advocate for low-income housing, have done, even with the same time I took heat for that because I felt like we should have low-income houses as well as moderate income. But I do feel like people are human beings. Some people need a little bit more than others. And I walked away from all of that. I understand why people are pushing back in the community because of the neighborhood who's trying to just hold on to what they have. And yeah, it's in some other neighborhoods that Crossroads have explained, they do have families. I think families make a big difference than having just a bunch of single, unprovided for people, right? That has not really the service that they properly need. And so when they did explain about their other communities, how clean it was and how everything was kept, people were more discouraged. We wanna make sure that we have housing, unsheltered people, because nobody should be without a house. But we also wanna make sure that human beings are human beings and they are taken that way, like human beings. There are certain needs that they need. And I can say those people from those 160 something people do have a need. How I know, because I see it every day as they are moving around in the space on Broad Street. So I want to thank the commissioners for listening to me. I know this is off your radar. I know it's nothing you can do. I know you got your certain job, but it's important that I bring what I witnessed, what I heard, what I felt in that space. Thank you again.
No, I thank you. And out of deference to our elected official representing that area, I did not cut you off at 2 minutes.
Oh, I noticed that. Thank you. You notice I wasn't looking at the clock either. Thank you.
No, we thank you for coming and for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
So we're going to start with other members who are present here today. I hope that's not discriminatory, but I think if you made the effort to come on out, you should get up here, and then we'll go to the online and the virtual people. So the first person at the sign-in sheet for this agenda item is Alexandra Gonzalez, I believe. I apologize.
No, you're good.
If that's wrong, I have trouble reading it. Please state your name for the record.
Yep, my name is Alexandria Gonzalez. I am the executive director for Gather Together United as One, who supports homeless in this population. I'm somebody who was formerly homeless in the state of Rhode Island. I've been housed for about 10 years. I will say that I've never seen change in the past 30 years that I've lived here my whole life. The same organizations are the same people that are doing the same things that they've been doing for 30 years. You guys stated that they were moving all these individuals from this location to the next, but there was 176 that were moving, but only 13 parking spaces. So what does that say to somebody like me? I don't deserve a car. I don't deserve to be better as a person because there's 7 homeless people currently and formerly back there. Nobody wants this project. Nobody in the whole community wants this project unless you're benefiting personally or financially. It's funny how Miss Emily Friedman sits on the board at the federal COC and gives out all those funds. She also sits on the board at House of Hope and also sits on and gives out the Providence funds. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that Crossroads and the coalition have all the data going out to the feds, all the data coming in, and they run the federal delegation, which gives out all the money. These are things that need to be talked about. These are factual things. And half of this whole entire state of Rhode Island has been suffering for as long as I can ever possibly remember, because we're not treated like people. We're treated like cash cows. We are cash cows. How about the 100 or 200 and however many people are at NILO? Do you know that everybody signed over their constitutional rights? There's 5 of them here to tell you what they had to sign to join the NILO. 2 of them individuals, their taxes were filed on the behalf of Crossroads and or the coalition, because when you signed into the non-congregant shelter, you became awarded to the state due to the Hearth Act of our new health. And, you know, if the state doesn't make you get insurance, you're penalized. There's a lot of things going on that need to come to the surface. And of course we want housing. How about that? We've had 176 people living in a cell smaller than prison. It doesn't have running water. It doesn't have a bathroom. So people in jail get more. They also are not provided lunch or breakfast. They have them walk to Amos House every day. They get dinner. So are we physically having people walk like cash cows over to Amos House?
I'd ask you to summarize your comments.
The summary of my comment is there are several corruption and people are being treated like they're pawns in a game, and it needs to stop. And when 100 homeless people are sitting here saying we deserve help, somebody needs to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next member of the public is Christopher Donnelly. Please state your name, just in case I misspelled it.
My name is Christopher Donnelly. I'm part of the GTA UA1 Homeless Advisory. I got a couple of questions. They were saying about they're gonna put solar panels on top of Crossroads, the new building and stuff, and there's gonna be no electricity going inside of it. From my understanding with solar panels is if you don't use all the electricity that goes into the building, that goes back into the pocket, into the state, which they're gonna be making money off because National Grid will pay them to put money back into the system. So I was wondering how much they was planning on making off of that, because if they don't use all the electricity that's coming off the solar panels, or if they do, how are they getting, I don't know how to say that one. But now this is my first meeting, so I'm kind of nervous.
That's quite all right. Take your time.
Just let you all know. So,
and we'll jot down your questions and ask them or answer them at the end.
And they're saying that they're trying to make new housing for homeless people. From my understanding is they're only moving 176 people to a new building. They're not putting new people inside of it. What about everyone that was inside of the NILO? The 200 something people, they just kicked back out into the street. Now they're homeless, living in a tent, and they're not doing nothing. You're gonna move 176 people from Broad Street to the new building, and it's just gonna be the same thing because the services aren't helping the people get better. They're not doing nothing for the people. I've been homeless since I've been 14 years old. I've been living in the streets. I just got rent relief and all that, so I'm trying to get it together, but they're not helping. They don't help, and that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. The next member of the public is John Love Perrier. Thank you. Please step to the lectern and state your name for the record again.
My name is John Perrier. I'm also with the Advisory Committee. I don't have such a strong opposement to it, but as a member of this community and this was a homeless person, I didn't feel that the project was well advertised. I mean, I just had a lot of just questions in general. Like, for example, when do you intend to break ground on this? And when is the proposed completion date? It just did not seem like something that I knew about. And I've lived here for a long time. It does affect a lot of people. That basically what I'm saying to you is I wish more information would have been available, and it could be made available for concerned citizens that it impacts.
Thank you very much. We have next up Carmen Feeble. And on deck will be Stacy Rollins. No?
Hi, my name is Carmen.
I only want to say something and one thing only. When I was on domestic, that my boyfriend beat me high on cocaine. I went to Crossroads looking for help, and they sent me back. They don't have no help for me, nothing. And I don't think that's right. Because I was stuck by my boyfriend and everything. I was stopped, and nobody in there helped me. That's what I want to say. And there's no people out there that need help and they're not doing it. They're not helping them, you know? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stacey Rollins, you said no? Okay. Mark you off the list. Carrie Goslin? Please again, state your name.
Afternoon. Just wanted to say I've been homeless since 2015, and to all my people in the back there, this homelessness has to stop. We have to have true affordable housing for everyone in this. Like I said, I've been in there since 2015. I was homeless, and then I got an apartment, and then I became homeless again. When are we going to have justice and equal rights for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like that is the last person for this agenda item that's on my sign-up sheet. Is there anyone else here in the room that would like to comment? Please come up and state I'll need your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Abraham Alexander, 97 Niagara Street. So I'm just a construction worker that lives in the area. And I would just like to emphasize what everybody is saying already. Crossroads doesn't really offer rehabilitation services. Many of the homeless shelters in this community don't offer any sort of therapy, any sort of like behavioral services, any sort of rehabilitation for the people coming in. And you can give them houses, but they don't really treat them like people. And not only should housing be affordable, housing is a human right. Housing should be free for everybody. And I would also like to say, I work in historic preservation. Why do we keep building new buildings instead of taking care of all of the ones that are falling apart already? Why aren't we restoring the places that are already in Providence to give housing to these people who need housing? We don't have a housing issue. We have a war on poverty. This city hates homeless people. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room this evening that would like to speak on this item?
I would like to, please.
Okay. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Pat Ford. I run something called the Coalition Radio Network. We're an independent media outlet in the state. We are a business that is Providence based. We're at 42 Admiral Street. Just a couple of quick questions. Understanding that this may not be the right forum for this, but I think it's important that they get out into the public. First of all, and apologize if I missed this, what type of access is there going to be for folks who are facing physical challenges?
We're going to take down all of your questions, and then we'll have the applicant answer them when we bring them back after public comment.
Fair enough, thank you. Then my other concern is, and again, this is a planning commission, not a financial commission, but I'd like to really start to understand the financial relationship with Crossroads as an organization and this development. In other words, where's the money going? Where's the money being made? What's the financial breakdown? And I say that because of the high, if you will, some would say the excessive compensation level at Crossroads. It's important to note that under Federal Form 990, that Ms. Santilli makes in excess of $250,000 per year. That's public information. I recently had the opportunity to do a tour. During the day, week, I covered Governor McKee at the, I believe it was Central Falls Pawtucket Housing Authority. And going through their financial statements, I found a $500,000 reserve for something called developer's profit. So a lot of people in this town make a lot of money helping the poor. And I think it's important that as part of the public access part of the conversation that this be understood. So again, I lay out that challenge to find out what type of profit, this is public money. And with public money becomes accountability to, well, the public. So while on a private development, I wouldn't expect this type of information, it's understandable, I think, that we understand where the developer's profits are, where Crossroads is making the money, where any one of these organizations, we need to understand the profit margin here because there's a lot of money in this town that goes under the guise of quasi developments. So I look forward to your answers. Thank you.
Thank you. You had 2 seconds remaining. You're right under the gun. All right. Is there anyone else in the room this evening who would like to speak on this agenda item before we open it up to our virtual friends? Okay. Who do we have on deck? Again, if you're joining us at home and you'd like to speak on this agenda item, I don't think I've mentioned this yet today, please raise your virtual hand at the bottom center of your screen, or if you're calling in, you press *9 to raise your virtual hand.
Okay, we have 2 people online who have raised actually a few more hands going up. The first one is Rochelle Lee, and after that we have Etienne Cote, and then there's a couple more. So we'll start with Rochelle.
Rochelle, we're going to allow you to speak and
yeah,
we'll allow you to speak and share your camera, and we won't start the timer until you state your name for the record.
Okay. It looks like maybe Rochelle is on a device that won't allow me to promote to panelists, so I will allow her to talk here.
Okay.
So there we go. Okay, Rochelle, you can unmute and then you can just state your name for the record.
My name is Rochelle Lee, 172 Ontario Street, Providence, 02907. Actually, I apologize. A lot of what I wanted to say or comment on has been said. I think this, again, is, a concern and for many dimensions and for many reasons. I do say I want to applaud the people who designed the facility. It does have a rather ominous appearance, but it's a really thoughtful and well-organized design program. It's unfortunate that it comes with so many other burdens and concerns and opportunities as well. So I don't want to repeat a lot of what other folks have said. So I just want to, close with that comment.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's go to Etienne.
Etienne, we're going to allow you to talk. Please state your name and for the record, and then we'll start the timer for you.
Okay, you may have to say that again because sometimes
if you state your name for the record, you can unmute yourself now. After you state the name, we'll start the timer.
Are you able to hear me now?
We are, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. I'm just going to read a portion of the letter because I'm here as an individual.
Can you state for the record first?
Yes, Etienne Cote.
Thank you.
Yes, so yes, I'm here as an individual that lives in the neighborhood in close proximity to Crossroads. We're also part of the South Providence Neighborhood Association, and that was contributed to the letter you received. So a lot of it wasn't read, so I'll just try to read a portion of it. So we spoke to Crossroads. There's a lot of back and forth, and a lot of the information was a bit misleading. And we were told one thing in terms of the development, it became something else. So I'll read the key points of the letter and a couple other things I'll try to read quickly. So these locations are all located in close proximity to each other, as well as within our neighborhood, in which the majority of our residents are members of the federal and state protected classes of people based on race and color. Crossroads has held their own community meetings and have been asked numerous times about alternatives to build in other parts of Providence and other cities and towns. They will not answer such questions asked by residents in our neighborhood, along with other information that hasn't been provided. Given these factors, it is our assessment that the proposed development, if approved, would violate the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Rule Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, also known as the FHA, which requires HUD and its recipients of federal financial assistance to do more than simply not discriminate. They must take meaningful action to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities. The city of Providence is a recipient of such funding, and as such is obligated to take meaningful action in addition to combating discrimination, to overcome patterns of segregation, foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected classes, race, color, national origin, religion, sex, including gender identity. In administering programs and activities relating to housing community development, recipients of HUD funding must determine who lacks access to opportunity and address any inequity among protected classes. And 2, promote integration. That's key. And reduce segregation. That's key. Transform racially or ethnically concentrated.
Your 2 minutes is up. Is there anything in addition to the letter, which we have already received and we have all read, and it will be issued as a part of the record of this hearing?
Okay, if you just allow me one more minute, I just wanted to read the letter, but because it wasn't read entirely. Basically, the entire community that we've spoken to is against this. It's concentrated in poverty, and we've spoken to legal counsel, and there's plenty of legal precedent that's going to put the city at jeopardy. The legal precedent that has shown that there have been cases similar to this, with practices similar to this, concentrate in poverty. We have the most poverty and social services in one area, and contributing to it is wrong. One key point, when someone talked about safety, it's an unsafe environment that they fostered. There's been 209 police calls within 6 months at this location. Any other location that had a fraction of those calls would be shut down or reprimanded in some other ways, but Crossroads is getting a pass. 209 police calls in 6 months. We also asked for HMIS information and other information to find out exactly who's going to be there, what are some demographics, other important information have been refused, but we will get it through council. It's bad for the city. It's essentially right downtown. You know, we all know what happens at 160 Broad Street. Again, 209 police calls, many assaults, sexual assault, a number of things. Bad for the city. It's you know, this is where Black and brown people could afford to live, and you're forcing this on us. And the people that live there, a lot of them, you know, they may have certain issues, different things, and you're forcing them into an area that's already crowded with poverty and a lot of things that make it difficult for people that are already vulnerable. So it's not fair to them. And we all know that you're already they're mistreating the people now. So again, I would caution you in terms of the legal precedent. I would take that very, very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Who is next on?
Okay, next we have Eva A. I'll promote her to panelist.
Okay, Eva, when you join us, hello, Eva, you can unmute yourself. Please state your name for the record, and then we'll start your timer.
Hi, my name's Ava
Greetings.
Agudelo. I'm a resident of South Providence. I'm at 389 Pine Street, 02903. My property is basically within, I can see the build site, and I have a concern about construction, a 20-month, probably likely to be longer than that, process, and how the disruption of construction in the neighborhood is going to be addressed by Crossroads. Are there going to be specific times when construction will be happening? Just how's that going to show up in the neighborhood in terms of the people who are living nearby? You know, I have a child, I have a yard that I like to spend time in, and I'm just wondering what that's gonna look like for us and for our family. I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We have now Jeremy Costa.
Okay, Jeremy Costa, you've been promoted. Can you unmute yourself? You're allowed to start your video if you'd like as well. And then say your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jeremy Costa. I'm also a member of the South Providence Neighborhood Association. I just have I really want to reiterate what many have already said. Number one, this is clearly what Etienne said, concentrated poverty. We have no reason to be spending, or to be sharing any of the ARPA funds with an organization that has failed the community over and over again. For the past 12 years, they have had the opportunity to replace and remove the current structure and the people and put them in a better environment. Now, all of a sudden that we have access to money, they want to spend it on what? Well, let me show you. $16 million in gross profits, and we have people that are still dealing with mental health issues that haven't reached or haven't spoken with an advisor, an advisory council, or someone of that to help them integrate back into society. We have people that have gone over a year, maybe even 2 years, that have not seen the proper therapists, counselors, social workers. We have horrible job placement from the organization. We don't have the money to be spending at the top of the real estate market on one corporation that has failed the South Providence area consistently over the past how many years they've been there. Number two, we have a competency issue. We have a competency issue. You want to put 175 more people that have a competency, that have their competency taken away from them. They don't even know who they're putting in this home. They said that the, if you want to call it, the Department of Health actually decides who goes inside these buildings. That means that
Sir,
most of
your
those
2
people,
minutes is up. I'd ask you to summarize your comments quickly.
my comment is that we want people that are going to be able to be on the voter roll. We want people to be living in those Barbara Jordan homes. We want you to spend the money on the 30 homes inside the South Providence area, not on one building that is clearly not going to provide the safety, the security for the area and help appreciate the values of those homes. So we hope that you reject this proposal and spend the money elsewhere. I'll end with that.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other members of the public who wish?
We have a Doug Victor.
Doug, excuse me, Doug, when you've been promoted, can you unmute yourself? You're allowed to turn on your camera if you'd like, and then state your name for the record, please.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Doug Victor. I chair the Elmwood and South Providence Crime Watch now for well over a decade. I just want to reiterate how serious Crossroads has failed in its history to provide basic services and day programming so that people who have lived in their facility are not roaming around the streets, that there's some form of continuous service that happens 24 hours around the clock for folks who are vulnerable. Now, we've heard the number of police reports. That must be taken very seriously. So Crossroads has failed to be a good neighbor ever since they have moved in. This neighborhood was never consulted when the homeless facility from downtown was moved to the former YMCA building. It was a fully functional YMCA. And there was a promise that the South Side would get another YMCA, which it never did. This whole thing has been so flawed from the get-go and has created an environment, especially around Trinity Square and Upper South Providence, that has made those neighborhoods a lot compromise the livability of those neighborhoods. It is about time that this board understands the neighborhood voice that needs to come forward and that has come forward in this city plan commission review. It must not be taken lightly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to comment on this item? Again, raise your virtual hand. It's the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9.
Not saying anyone else.
Okay, we'll give another second and ask anyone else in the room one last chance. And seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. There are a few questions that I think we want to bring the applicant back to answer. There are quite a few questions that were posed to the applicant that are not our purview, that we can ask the applicant to answer, but they're not required to, and it's not really a matter of our deliberations. This is strictly for the project at Summer Street. We're not really talking about the other projects that they have. I'm assuming, Bob, that we have their legal advertising. There was a comment about it wasn't advertised well, but they did hold community meetings and they gave radius.
So,
We have their receipts.
this is a minor land development project. There's not a requirement for a notice to be sent to abutters for minor land development projects. However, this has been pretty well. The community organizations have been made aware of this through a number of different means.
So one question that came across that you guys already, I believe, answered is access for physically challenged individuals. And I believe, and you can confirm this, that you said that every one of these units would be ADA accessible.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. They absolutely are. They're designed for ADA compliance.
There was one question about the solar panels on the building. Again, previously in your testimony, you stated that I believe a third of the power that needed for this site was being derived from the rooftop solar array that you're installing. So there was a question about who's making the money on the solar, and I believe it's all going towards your property. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. It's 1/3 available from the solar panels. None of it is going back. They're going to be buying electricity net metering from another solar provider to provide the 2/3 of the power necessary for the building. So I hope that answers the question.
We had the reporter Pat Ford asking a few questions about financials, and I believe that is something that he could probably take up with you guys in another forum that really doesn't have any bearing on our deliberations.
Publicly available information, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the finances of this project.
Trying to see what else here. There was a lot about ARPA funds and profits and things like that. This board does not direct any of those funds. We do not opine on what projects should get funding or not. We just look at the legal categories that we are supposed to look at to see if the project fits zoning, comprehensive plan, and the other categories that we look at for land development projects. Again, this is a minor land development project. Trying to see if there's anything else that needed to be asked.
About construction, Mr. Chairman, about construction.
Thank you.
There's a noise ordinance in place. We'll use best practices with respect to the construction of the building, do everything we can to keep it within business hours so that it's not at, sleeping hours, et cetera, do everything we can do with respect to best practices, with respect to traffic and noise and dust and those issues, for sure.
Okay. There was a lot of good public comment. A lot of it doesn't have a bearing on what's in front of us today, but I do think it's worthy for the public to be able to voice their issues, to be able to speak about what concerns they have. And I know there's an elected official here, so your council member has heard this. She arguably is probably in a better position to affect change to an organization in that district than we are. We're just looking at this development project in front of us today. Councilors, other council members, do you have any other? Gary?
I just had one comment. I think within our standards, this is a wonderful development. But it's not, I heard a lot of complaints from the councilor and from the speakers asking for, really for enhanced services. And I'm sure that with your new facility, you'll be able to do that. But I think what they mean is medical services, educational services, job training, health, mentorship, and things that you know much more about than I do. But I just want to report that I did hear from the councilor and from the speakers that the request for improved or increased service on the part of Crossroads. And I hope you will deliver with good faith and good success.
Actually, just following up with that, is there anything that the applicant would like to say after hearing all of the public comment? Anything that you guys want before we ask the other board members if they have any other questions, follow up?
So we did hear the comments, and homelessness is a difficult problem, and I think we heard loud and clear the request that there be additional services be provided to the community that we serve. I think they do the best they can, and it will never be a perfect situation with respect to homelessness and the services that are needed. But I believe they heard that loud and clear here, and they heard that at the community meetings that they were engaged with. And as a matter of fact, they indicated to you earlier that as a result of those, they're going to be hiring a community liaison person to deal directly with the community and the comments and the services that are received as well.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioners, do you have anything else for the applicant before we release them and start our deliberations? All right, thank you very much, Attorney Gary.
Thank you.
Your time.
Appreciate it.
So we have a land development project, a minor land development project in front of us. I think it's an odd situation that we have one that comes in front of us that has no need for relief whatsoever. That may be a record. I don't remember the last project that's come before us that needs no relief and just is asking for approval. Bob has already spoken about the legality of the the assertions that the SPNA made. And I thank you for looking into that. What are everyone's thoughts on this? I think it's pretty straightforward. I still echo the same comments, and I hope that Crossroads takes it to heart. There is a lot of concentrated social services in this area, and it is an impact to the neighborhood. So I hope they stand by their word, and that community liaison individual gets hired and is an active member of the community. But on the merits of this project, I see it's a pretty straightforward project. Miguel?
So I will echo both you and Harry's comments that a project of this magnitude and having no adjustments is unheard of. Much lesser projects have had things that they asked for. So I'm impressed that they were able to accomplish that. And this is a very, despite that, this is a very difficult application for some of the things that were said. I mean, the need for housing, all housing is necessary, especially in this population. To hear what 160 Broad Street consists of and the conditions there, which I was not aware of, is very sad to hear. And there's no doubt that housing for those folks is something that should be done immediately. You know, this is really about people, both the people that live there and the people in the neighborhood. And I feel bad because some of the things that came up are not within our purview, right? We're not a social agency review committee. So it's not for us to, you know, assess their current practices at Crossroads, or to even understand that's not really within our purview. But I am still conflicted, and I don't know if I agree with DPD's assessment of the letter that we received from SPNA. I understand we're not to discriminate against a specific population, but we need to look at this holistically. You know, part of our charge is also to mitigate negative consequences of any buildings. And in our comprehensive plan, it specifically talks about inequities and the fact that there's concentrations of poverty and some negative consequences in certain areas. And this neighborhood obviously qualifies under that. And to, how should I say this? So I don't know where our liability would be in this. You know, I'm not an expert in Title VIII. That's also never been something that we discuss in this forum. But it is pretty clear that there's an overburden on this particular neighborhood. And this is not going to help that. It's actually, and it's also going to increase the number of people that are going to be in the neighborhood that are going to need these services. You know, by my count, over 100 more units will be produced by this project. So that's going to require more services. And Crossroads is not a new organization. It's been there for many years. They haven't provided that thus far. And now they're asking to just go on faith that they're going to provide this now that they need a new project. And one other piece is that the Summer Street location, it doesn't have to be on Summer Street. Doesn't seem like there's a HUD requirement saying that it has to be within that much of a proximity. So why didn't they look at other locations so that they could disperse and diversify, you know, these around the city and potentially the stations? They mentioned that they're a state organization. I believe they said they're the only organization in the state that provided services for AMI 30 or below, which is commendable, but it's pretty sad. There's only one organization doing that. And it looks like they're concentrating a lot of this in one area, including the fact that the single units seem to be more concentrated here, and the families seem to be dispersed throughout the state. So, sorry, we go so long, but I think we have other obligations than just looking at the actual building based on potential negative consequences that have been brought up, as well as the inequity allegations being presented.
I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but I do think that the applicant testified that there was a proximity requirement for some of their funding. I don't know if you or Choyan heard that.
They actually said, not a distance, they said that they have to replace 1-for-1, and they can correct it from 1-for-1, which can be done anywhere from that requirement. And the second requirement was that they would have to have services that are being provided to them, and I guess we're alleging that they're mostly in that area, therefore it will qualify. But the reason that all the services are in this area is, again, because the continuation of all of these social agencies in one place, and then they use those services to basically make a claim that they need to be there again because all the services are there. But why are they there? The chicken and egg.
Okay. Yep. Nicole.
Yeah, so I think we got to be, and we all as a commission try to be incredibly thoughtful and conscientious when difficult applications come before us. And I think I want to applaud folks getting involved and coming and testifying and sharing, their experiences and their opinions about different ways that this application or this project may impact them. But I do want to just really caution us. There are specific standards that we have to review. And the services that Crossroads may or may not provide is not within the standards for us to review. And I think, they didn't go through the services that they provide because it's not a standard for us to review. I think if we had asked them to say, explain all the way that you provide services for the population that you serve, they would have been more than happy to explain all the work that they do. Are they perfect? No. Do they need more funding? Yes. Do they need more people probably to do the work that they do? 100%. But I know countless folks who have said that Crossroads has changed their life in a positive way. And so we heard one narrative here, but we didn't ask Crossroads to explain all the positive work they have done every single day to benefit homelessness, mental health, etc. And so I want to be really careful that we're not penalizing them for something we didn't ask them to put forward with, because it's not a standard that as a planning commission, we are to take into consideration. And I think one of the things that the chair mentioned, it's fully zoning compliant. The height and the number of stories has been met. All of the build to requirements have been met. There's no waivers, there's no variances, there's no adjustments. And from what I've seen here, they've gone above and beyond what is required. Having multiple community meetings where they handed out flyers to give notice, even though notice was not required. The community meetings were held in multiple languages. Based on the feedback that was received, and I agree, we're holding them to their word, but they took feedback and listened, and they're going to put a community liaison position. It also sounded to me like some of the changes made regarding security, lighting, and trash were also something that they had heard from the community, and they took that feedback. Making a building net zero that's supporting affordable housing is something that we do not see. And it's very, to me, goes above and beyond what is required. And we are constantly as a group saying, we want more housing of all kinds, including affordable. And I think the photos that were shown about the living conditions, the fact that they're going to move folks into better living conditions and renovate the current building to provide even more housing, to me, housing is a crisis. And not only have all the standards been met, but I really do worry about if we did, you talk about liability to the city. If all of the standards have been met and we're looking outside of our standards to deny something that's allowed by right, you put the city at liability risks. If this is not compliant with HUD, if this is not compliant with the Civil Rights Act, there are other avenues that are not appropriate for us to make a finding or a determination on. as Bob mentioned, there's a fair amount of financial processes, but also if this is not compliant with the Civil Rights Act, folks could sue and that could play itself out in the court. But for us to make a determination against something that has met all of the standards, and I'm reminded of the slide at the end of the applicant's presentation where they listed out all the specific ways it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And then our staff report also shows how it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan. For me, I feel like they've met and gone above and beyond what's required for a preliminary plan review. And so I would support it for all those reasons.
And I'll just remind the board that Nicole didn't stay at Holiday Inn Express last night. This is what she does for a living. She is an attorney and has permitted land use of projects. Before we continue on to Harrison and Noel, normally we'd have Kelly Morris here. She is away traveling this week, but the city solicitor has her hand raised. So we'd like to enter her into the meeting to allow her to talk to us. And then after we're done deliberating a little bit more, the applicant also has their hand raised. It seems like they want to put something else on the record as well.
This is Lisa Dinnerman, the Senior Assistant City Solicitor. And I want to reiterate what I can't say as eloquently as Nicole Verdi did, but your charge is to look at the standards. And if you consider matters that are outside of those, it will be considered legal error and would be subject to being reversed by the court. So please keep a focus on the standards and whether or not they have met them. We all have heard everything that the community has had to say. We all have those statements in our hearts, but they're not within the purview of this board. And I want to reiterate that, although Nicole did say it more eloquently than I did. So as counsel for the city, I'm reiterating that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your counsel. Let's go to Harry and Noel, and then we'll let the applicant chime in one more time.
No, I really, I actually second Nicole's statements. As I said, I think that within the standards we're supposed to meet, we're supposed to judge, they meet those standards. I do feel that my comments about the services are that this is a venue where we listen to the public, and I want the public to know, and I want the city councilor to know that I listened very carefully, and I have no doubt that Crossroads will meet all these services, but I don't feel that I should say nothing just because somehow or other it's outside of my standard. It's an additional supplemental point that I registered, and that's all. Noel?
Thank you, Harry. Noel?
So I have two things. One, it seems like last week we also ran into approving a request that leaves out a big piece of the future plan. So they go back to the question of the existing building, what's going to happen to it. There is no plan for anything of it to happen. I know it's outside of our purview probably about the building's future, the current building, but you know, has potential for becoming another abandoned property in the city without a future use. I had questions about the standards that we're being asked to consider. H2, H3, and H4. I'm the new person on the commission, so maybe I'm not getting the full picture, but I think they don't meet the standard, or they only conform partially to the standard. When they were up on the board, the standard said that it was supposed to provide mixed income development, encourage ownership incentives, including doing housing. But I see only that the project meets providing affordable housing, but doesn't meet the other parts of those standards. So maybe, yeah, H2, H3, and H4.
So the staff used H1, H2, and H3 as their criteria for compliance with that section.
It says H2, H3, and H4, and
so
consistency.
So that was H1 is improve existing housing. H2 is create new housing, and H3 is housing for all. Is there a typographical error maybe?
No, so, Mr. Chair, the staff report, so if may I provide a little bit of context here? Okay, so the you have 5 findings that you're required to make. One of those being consistency with the comprehensive plan, and what the state law says and what your own development regulations say is that the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and or has satisfactorily addressed the issues where there may be inconsistencies. And so what we cite a couple of different sections of the comprehensive plan. We cite the housing section, the built environment section, and the mobility section. With regard to objective, and we do say, in fact, we cite H2, H3, and H4 in the comprehensive plan. Objective H2 is create new housing, support the creation of new ownership and rental housing citywide, and it speaks to providing for diversity in the type, density, and location of housing in the city. And then objective 3 is housing for all, which speaks to creating new and preserving existing affordable workforce and moderate income rental and home ownership opportunities. And then H4 is special needs housing, promote the maintenance and development of supportive housing. So this is a project that I feel is squarely, certainly within all 3 of those. With regard to special needs, this is by definition housing for special needs populations. H3 speaks to affordable housing. This is an affordable housing complex. And then H2 says directly create new housing. So,
but if you read those standards to be inclusive as opposed to exclusive of each other.
So these aren't standards. These are this is the comprehensive plan that we base our decision on, that there's consistency with the comprehensive plan.
But so there's a limited consistency in that it meets a minimum threshold.
Well, so again, just to be clear, there are the standards of review, the 5 standards: comprehensive plan, zoning, environmental impact, buildable lot, street access. Then there are the provisions of the comprehensive plan. You don't need to find a development consistent with every single provision of the comprehensive plan. The plan speaks, it speaks to so many things. It speaks beyond housing and land use and so forth. But when it comes, but the pertinent sections of the comprehensive plan for a project like this are the land use section. And frankly, we should probably cite the land use section because that talks about this area being oh no, I'm sorry, we do. He talks about the future land use map. So that's number 1. That's probably the most important because that speaks to the next standard, which relates to zoning compliance. This is an area for commercial and mixed use development. That includes multifamily development at relatively high densities. So from a land use perspective, this is a project that's consistent with that designation, and that's affirmed by the zoning ordinance, which calls this a C2 zone and also a transit-oriented development zone. The housing section talks about developing housing, period. Then talks about developing affordable housing. Then it talks about developing housing for special needs. Those are three provisions of that particular chapter that this development is consistent with. Now, if there are sections of the plan that you think this plan is inconsistent with, then by all means, I would invite you to cite them. Keeping in mind that when you make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, you can also address issues where there may be inconsistencies. The plan is so broad, it has so many provisions, some of which are inevitably going to conflict with each other. I think your charge is to look at the project, look at the comprehensive plan, and then make a determination that has a slight bit of subjectivity to it. It's not as objective as zoning. Zoning, it either meets the height requirement or it doesn't. The comprehensive plan has a little bit more nuance, and I think you are allowed to take a little bit of a subjective view of the project relative to the comprehensive plan. But from our standpoint, this is a project that is spot on when it comes to land use, spot on when it comes to the city's official policies around housing. And this is a document that's been adopted by the city council. And with respect to mobility objectives, that you have a building that's proximate to transit. So there may be some provisions in here where it could be argued that this is not consistent, but I'm not aware of them. And whenever you make a decision to approve something or to deny something or to approve it with conditions, you've always got to go back to that comprehensive plan and make those findings.
Does that answer your question a little bit more?
Yeah, it does. I guess I'm not very familiar with the book yet. So.
You'll get there. You're
I
asking
know.
all the right questions. This is only your second meeting.
So it makes me a little bit uncomfortable to say that I'd be in favor because I read that, well, I hear it. I haven't read it, but I hear it and I saw it quoted up there, and I see that some things are missing.
So yeah, but it doesn't have to meet every single one of those.
I understand.
It's a comprehensive document, hence the comprehensive plan. And it impacts much more than this land use or another. I will say that is John still on? Okay, so
yeah,
so
Mr.
he is.
Garrity is.
Before we let John Garrity on, you can promote him. So this is a minor land use development. We would need a majority of the current makeup to pass this. So we would need 4 out of 7 members to vote affirmatively that this project passes in order for it to be successful tonight. Mr. Garrity, you are back.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I won't slow you down. You're moving quickly. Just 3 quick points. I'm informed that the HUD-RAD subsidy for the project requires adjacent or proximity to the existing housing, if at all possible. And I think that the intent there is so people won't be disrupted from the neighborhood in which they live. With respect to 160 Broad Street, this will not become an abandoned building. This will not become an abandoned building. There is existing efficiency apartments which are remaining in here, and the intention is to use this space to renovate it and make it better. It will not be an abandoned building. This is an important part of Crossroads, and it will continue and be renovated and be made better. And I'll just echo the conversation with respect to the comprehensive plan. It's a big document which talks about a lot of different things, and this many aspects of this center right on the comprehensive plan, and to the event that it's inconsistent with the zoning ordinance prevails. And in this case, the zoning ordinance with respect to this property is right on. And as we indicated, no variances, no adjustments, no nothing, no moving from the way it is. That's the only comments that I'll make. Thank you.
That's an important note that Attorney Garrity brought up is that if there is ever a conflict between the comprehensive plan and zoning, zoning prevails. That's the concrete document that dictates land use in the city.
Can I make one more, and you tell me if this is not helpful? But sometimes we have development that comes before us and it has no affordable housing at all. And we will say.
We just had one last Tuesday, and that was our main complaint, was that there was no affordable housing. So now we're at the opposite end of the pendulum where we have all affordable housing.
And we will say that it's still in conformance with the comprehensive plan, because there's other parts of the comprehensive plan that don't necessarily talk about just affordable housing, but it talks about more housing or workforce housing or other types of housing. And so just because in that case, it didn't necessarily have affordable housing, so it didn't meet one of the H numbers that we just, said, but it met other H numbers. And so in this case, we have kind of the reverse, and you'd have affordable housing, you have also housing for folks that are disabled. So you're probably meeting more of the housing components of the comprehensive plan, but maybe non-affordable or high-end housing isn't something that's, part of this development. So just because it doesn't meet all of the housing components doesn't make it, am I making sense? I'm trying to explain that it doesn't mean that it's not conform.
Right.
Doesn't have to conform to all of them.
Correct.
Very important point. And Mr. Sanchez, I fully understand that there's a very steep learning curve for this. I think I told you that before you came on the commission.
This is his second meeting in 2 weeks.
And you're asking some of the most perceptive questions of any new member that I've heard. So I do really appreciate this. What Ms. Verdi said is absolutely true. The important thing to understand about the comprehensive plan is that it's a guiding document, but it has to inform other documents that are what we call implementing documents. And zoning is, when it comes to projects like this, zoning is the implementing document. So here's another example. In our comprehensive plan, we say that it's very important that we preserve historic resources. That doesn't mean that every building in the city that's considered an important historic resource can't be demolished and redeveloped. The zoning ordinance implements that particular policy in a specific way by creating historic districts that very strictly regulate demolition and new construction. So if there's a project that has an old building on the site and the developer wants to come in and demolish the building and build something new, zoning might allow for that to happen, even though that building might be considered to be a historic resource. The city council needs to affirmatively take another step to put that building, to put that site into a historic district in order for there not to be demolition. So in a case like, if you're just looking at the comprehensive plan in a vacuum that says preserve historic structures, you can't do that. You have to look to the other implementing documents like zoning that take that sort of broad policy and put it into very specific regulation.
I do want to echo Bob's comment. They're the most astute questions that we've had of any new commissioner.
Here's one more. Where does the public get heard on this issue?
I'll let Bob take that one.
There are important questions. There are important questions of policy that have come up during this, and this issue of concentration of poverty is an important issue. We've heard it before. We've heard other issues of concentration of services, concentration of undesirable land uses. This is something that comes up consistently. These are issues that get at the comprehensive plan So if this is something that rises to the level of a change in policy, then the council can take that up and address it through the comprehensive plan, and then try to promulgate regulations that can, create a policy that will do something, will cause something different to happen. And you're a part of that. We are talking about launching a new initiative to revise our comprehensive plan. We hope to have some announcements in the coming months about that. This is a long process of community engagement and a process of trying to reconcile lots of different opinions about what should happen. When it comes to housing, there are certain things that we're bound by beyond what the city can do by ordinance. There are federal regulations. There are certain conditions that come with funding. So there are some things that the city can do, and there's some things that the city can't do. But to the degree that the city can do things to address some of the concerns that were brought up tonight, those are issues for the city council and the comprehensive plan and the formulation of new ordinances if necessary.
Good. All right. I don't know that there's anything else I have to say on this matter. I think we're at a point where we should probably take a vote.
Before we do that, can I just to get some clarification, especially because of what Bob said, and maybe Nicole can chime in. Because I brought up the mitigation of negative consequences and inequity. Those are guiding principles to come up with our standards, but they're not a standard to be considered, right? That's kind of how you separate those two.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
And our standards want to capture that, but it obviously is a work in process, and it doesn't always capture every single piece of it. And I think that's good for the public, because I don't want the public to hear me say that and think that we're going, if someone votes for it, they're going against, or,
And I have to say, I applaud Councilwoman Harris for sticking around and listening to us deliberate this whole time, because not every member of the council would do that, and we appreciate it, and we appreciate your time being here. It's sometimes we get stuck with some hard decisions that we know we have to make that maybe we don't want to, but we do have a fiduciary responsibility to the city too, to not open them up to litigation unnecessarily. And my experience in land use, if we were to deny this tonight, that would be a very, very appealable decision. I guess that's my feeling, and I would entertain a motion on this at that time.
I am ready to make a motion to approve the preliminary plan subject to the noted findings and conditions. And I'll just, for the record, say when I say standards, the standards that I'm mindful of, and that I think we have to and are required to determine that they meet, is consistency with the comprehensive plan, compliance with the zoning ordinance, there will be no significant environmental impact, that the subdivision or development project as proposed will not result in the creation of individual lots with such physical constraints to development that building on those lots according to the pertinent regulations and building standards would be impracticable. And then finally, street access, that the proposed development project and all the subdivision lots have adequate and permanent physical access to a public street. And I think all of those standards have been met based on what we heard today, based on the discussion that arose after, based on what was in the staff report. And I would approve the preliminary plan subject to the two conditions that are laid out in the staff report. The validity of the preliminary plan approval be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter, and to delegation final plan to the DPD staff.
Thank you for that very comprehensive motion. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I will second Nicole's motion.
Thank you, Harry. Have a second. We have a motion on the table. I'll go around. Aye or nay. Miguel,
Aye.
Nicole,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Noel,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The motion passes. Good luck, Crossroads. With that, since we've already been at it for a little while, we're going to take a break and allow ourselves to use the facilities. And I think we have a quick bite to eat, and then we'll return. How long should we?
We could say 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes. So we'll say 7:25 because I have 7:03 right now on my watch. So we'll come back at 7:25. Thank you. All right, we're back. We're live, guys.
Turn your mic. Well, you don't have to turn.
You actually don't, yeah. All right, everyone, thank you. We appreciate your patience while we took a much needed break. We are calling the regular meeting of April 19th, 2022 back to order. And we will move right into the next agenda items, which I believe, Bob, are you going to introduce these?
Yes, I'm going to introduce these.
Okay.
I would like you to consider items number 3, 4, and 5 together. There are two pieces of property that are, they have common ownership. And these are large parcels in the single family zone. What I'm going to do is pull this up on the screen so you can see what we're looking at here.
I guess we should also let the record reflect that Chris Potter has joined us for this meeting.
Okay, and I will just pull this over here so you can see it. Okay, so what we're talking about is this is Hartford Avenue, this is Killingly Street, and there are these two pieces of property that are on either side of Kitchener Road here. And they're both in the single family zone. You see this yellow color, the base zoning you see is R1 right there. These two properties are owned by the same people, Lawrence and Anita Del Bonis, and the 338, let's see here, let me turn off the zoning here. Okay, so this is plat 115 lot 3. This is 348 to 350 Killingly Street. And this property is occupied by a 3-family dwelling. This property here, which is 348 Killingly, is occupied by a 2-family dwelling. Both of these properties would be considered non-conforming because they have houses on them that have more units than are allowed by zoning. I believe in both cases, these are non-conforming uses that were established legally at a time when this was not single-family zoning. So we call those legal non-conforming. They're allowed to continue to exist in their non-conforming state, but the property owner is not allowed to intensify the use in any way. And you'll notice that these are both on very large lots. The one to the north is on 17,000 plus square feet. The one to the south is on almost 20,000 square feet. In the R1 zone, the minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet. So there's more land here than is necessary for these buildings. However, any subdivision that would create a smaller land area for these houses would not be allowed, because taking away lot area from a non-conforming use is considered intensification. This is actually kind of a troublesome aspect of our zoning ordinance. We think that there probably should be a way to do a subdivision here without needing a zoning change. But in this particular case, it's really the only mechanism that would allow for a subdivision to happen. So what you have in front of you is a petition. You have two applications, one for each lot, to subdivide into 3 lots of at least 5,000 square feet each. At the same time, you have a petition to change the zoning district of these lots to R3, 3-family zoning. What that would do is it would legalize the uses on both of these lots. And it would also allow them to subdivide without needing any zoning relief. And then they would have on these properties a total of 4 more buildable lots. And those lots, if this were to be rezoned to R3, those lots could be developed for 3 units each. And you'll notice that we are directly adjacent to this here, which is a C3 zone. C3 is sort of heavy commercial zoning, and the future land use map of the comprehensive plan designates this area as an area for mixed use and commercial. Also, importantly, while this is an R1 zone, there's actually a fair amount of non-conforming uses within this zone, including you can see a multifamily building here, and you can see a whole multifamily complex that has one building in Providence and then others within Johnston. I think that's Johnston to the west. So the fact that these lots are proximate to this commercial zone is important, because when it comes to these zoning changes, the comprehensive plan is really.
Can I interrupt for just like the people that are watching can't see the maps?
Oh, they can't see the map. Yeah. It's a little bit, I apologize to those who are listening. I think that, all right, let me try something different here. I apologize for that. It's not completely intuitive. Let me try this again. I think they can probably see it now. Participants can now see your application. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So these are the 2 lots, and this proximity is important when it comes to zoning changes, because they're right on the line with the commercial zone, and they're right on the future land use map is a little bit more vague when it comes to where these lines are. If we were talking about a zoning change that was in the middle of the R1 zone and wasn't in any proximity to another higher density zone, that would be problematic with respect to the comprehensive plan. But because it is directly adjacent, and we're not changing this to a commercial zone, we're just changing it to a slightly more intensive residential zone, we feel confident that you can make a positive finding with respect to the comprehensive plan. It'll do a couple of things. It'll legalize existing non-conforming uses. It'll allow for a subdivision to create new housing at a density that's consistent with what's around it, and thereby produce more housing in the city. So that kind of sums up the 3 applications here, the zoning change, and then the 2 subdivisions, one for the lot to the north of Kitchener and one for the lot to the south of Kitchener. And I believe that John Garrahy is the attorney for the applicant, and I can promote him to a panelist so that he can, if he has anything to add to that. John, you're now a panelist.
I'm here. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Attorney Garrahy, would you like to tell us a little bit about this, whatever
Sure.
Bob didn't cover? And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrahy. That first hearing was a little long. I think they need a new attorney on over there. So on this one, I think Bob did an excellent job of explaining it. So you have an area here that's kind of many zones kind of coming together in a commercial zone, the non-conforming uses which are here, including the subject properties, the multifamily in the back, which is in Johnston, so it doesn't really show up on the Providence zoning maps. And as a result, it's an area that, you know, that can use more housing because of the size of the lots. And the original consideration was, well, let's just divide them up and do it in the single family zone. And you can't do that because the existing houses are not conforming. They're 2-family and 3-family. So in order for the existing structures, thank you, Bob, that's a good picture. So you can see that it's in this commercial area, then it goes into the multifamily, and then in the back you have this manor, the huge multifamily dwelling. So I think it's consistent. And then when you have large lots of these size, 20,000 and 17,000, you know, you don't need that area in this area, and you want to have more housing. So in order to do that, this was the proposal that we came up with. So the possibility is that and the lots conform with respect to size in the R3 zone, minimum of 5,000 with a 50-foot frontage. So it meets the requirements of the zone. And even though you have 3 lots, you have 6. 2 of them already have dwellings on them, which will become conforming as a result of this. And then the ability to put single family, 2-family, or 3-family dwellings on the other lots meets the goals of the comprehensive plan by providing more housing and in an area that can handle this more dense area than the R1 currently is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the attorney of the applicant? Okay. This is a public hearing, so I guess we want to read all the staff reports. How should we do this? We have a recommendation. We have 2 minor subdivisions.
Yeah, I think I condense this relatively easily.
Okay.
If you'd like. Okay, so you would have to take 3 separate votes here. The first one would be on the zoning change itself. And this is item number 3. So as I've stated, I paraphrased what was in the staff report. What's critical when it comes to the comprehensive plan is the future land use map. What does it say about the intensity of development that is called for in this area? And how does that ultimately translate into zoning? The future land use map is intentionally more general than the zoning map. It's not meant for parcel level analysis. It's intentionally drawn with sort of fuzzy lines between the different designations. And that's so that the city council can make discrete zoning changes such as this on the borders of different land use designations without having to go back and modify the comprehensive plan every time. So given that, we believe that this is consistent with the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. We also believe that it would be consistent with objective H2, which encourages developing new housing options in the city, because right now there would be no opportunity to develop any more housing units on that property. We also believe that this is consistent with the purposes of zoning as outlined in section 101 of the zoning ordinance, and that it's not expected to negatively affect health, safety, and welfare. So our recommendation to you is that you advise the city council to approve this zoning change. That's number 1. And I can just go through the other 2 quickly. The findings are going to be the same for both of these pieces of property. Just like with a land development project, with subdivisions, you have the same 5 standards. And just so everybody can understand, these standards actually are adopted by the commission at the local level, but they're standards that are in state law that govern the way planning boards are required to act when reviewing subdivisions and land development projects. So they're your standards, but they're also the state standards that every planning board is required to make. And these recommendations are predicated on the zoning being changed. So as I spoke about the zoning change, the same standards apply with respect to consistency with the comprehensive plan. And with respect to compliance with the zoning ordinance, if this is changed to R3, these subdivisions can both happen. And if they happen, they will both be compliant with the zoning ordinance. Importantly, all the lots will be of a compliant size, which is more than 5,000 square feet. They will all have at least the required lot width of 50 feet. No lot lines will be too close to buildings to implicate nonconformance with required setbacks. All areas of all lot coverages will not be non-compliant. So these two subdivisions are compliant with the zoning ordinance so long as it's changed to R3. We don't expect there to be any negative environmental impact from these subdivisions. The lots that would be created from this subdivision would all be considered buildable, and all of these lots would have adequate street access. So our recommendation on both subdivisions is that number one, you extend the validity to 1 year from the date of recording. And we do that because there's a quirk in the state law with minor subdivisions and minor land development projects. A preliminary plan expires 90 days after approval. That's like the blink of an eye. It's not long enough for people to, get the final plans together and recorded. So you have the authority to proactively extend that approval. Number two, final plan approval would be subject to approval of the zoning change to R3. That's something that the city council would have to do following your recommendation. And then finally, final plan approval, if the zoning is changed, would be delegated to planning and development staff. So that would be 3 votes. The zoning change first, one of the subdivisions, and then the other subdivision.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. So now with that, we will open the public comment portion of this hearing on agenda items number 3, 4, and 5 together. We'll open up. They consist of 338 and and 384 Killingly Street. The 3 items we have in front of us for those 3 agenda items. If you're here in this room and you would like to say something on these, please sign up.
We have a couple of seconds.
Okay. I'll take this time to reiterate our ground rules. We are allowing 2 minutes for public comment. And we ask that you be respectful of the commission's time this evening. So with that, we have Abe Alexander.
Hi, me again.
Hello.
Abraham Alexander. So this is actually the first time I've heard of this, so I did not plan this beforehand. You say that there's no environmental impact, yet you showed that picture of the property and all I see are trees. Why are we replacing every little bit of green space this city has with more buildings? I once again emphasize the argument I made earlier. We don't need more houses. We need to fix the houses that are already here. Why are we replacing all of our green space? There's barely any trees in this city to begin with. We don't have to keep building things. And they also didn't really even talk about what this land is going to be developed for. Why are we changing like the ordinances if we don't even know what they're using it for? That just doesn't sound very good to me. So that's my argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have next Grant Belgarian.
Grant Belgarian, if we could go back to the slide that showed the land use map, I'd appreciate it. Okay. All right. So the parcels in question are this one here and this one here.
Correct.
The house there, is that a 2 or 3?
I believe that's 3, and then the one south is the 2.
So the 2 is on the future. Center they're located. My question is, what are the houses along here? 1, 2, 3. There's some multi-family. I just want some multi-family, some sort of. Okay. I have no problem with dividing the 2 big lots. I would probably suggest that the smaller of the 2 lots be divided. And can we keep that map up, please?
You're down to 30 seconds.
Well, you can't count the question as part of my 2 minutes.
That is.
Well, then I should get 6 minutes because there are 3 things here. Some of us who wait 2 hours to get 2 minutes, that doesn't seem like a good ratio.
If there are relevant questions to this application, I'll extend it another minute.
The surrounding land use is relevant. I would encourage the smaller of the 2 lots be divided in 2 parts, and the larger of the 2 lots be divided in 3 parts. So that seems reasonable to me. What does not seem reasonable to me is rezoning from R1 to R3. I don't see any R3s around there, zones. And that's not very respectful to the folks who live across the street that are in single families, or even the occasional multifamily. And if I heard correctly, it was we can subdivide it if it's R3, but we can't subdivide it if it's R1. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. As long as they're all above the 5,000 square foot dimension, I would assume that we can subdivide it either zone. So that would be, so I would support number 5, dividing it into 3. I would respectfully request that number 4 be divided in 2 instead of 3. And I would strongly oppose number 3. It's not that I'm against multifamily homes. I grew up in the 2nd floor of a triple decker, and I consider triple deckers the essence of affordable housing. Somebody buys it, fixes it up, rents it out, pays for the mortgage, everybody wins. But we don't need to do things inappropriately, and I've considered this very inappropriate. And I would make a comparison with another project that is proposing to take a block of 2 handfuls, 10 triple deckers in a block that's zoned R3, and demolishing them all and rezoning R3 to C1 or 2, and building a 4-story, 50-unit apartment building, of which 17 will be affordable.
Okay, I've allotted you 4 minutes now,
Thank you.
and I'll have to ask you to
30
summarize
seconds.
and please
30 seconds.
allow the next person.
and 17 of which will be affordable, which is half of what is there now. And so I would recommend strongly that the zone remain R1, but the subdivision be in 2 parts for number 4 and allow the 3 parts for number 5.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Delgarian. All right.
We have one on.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this application? So we will go to the virtual audience. If you're joining us virtually, please raise your virtual hand at the bottom portion of your screen if you'd like to speak on this. And if you're calling in, press *9.
We have Janice Falconer. I'll promote to a panelist now.
Hello, Janice, you've been promoted. You can unmute yourself and please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Janice Falconer. I'm the founder of Impact RI. I have an interest in purchasing this property, and we are going to use the property for affordable housing. So I noticed that, one of the audience members mentioned about the trees. There is some trees there. That green that you see is much larger. It covers a very large vacant space. So the trees, we're definitely gonna make sure that we know that, we need trees, right? We know that we need to be able to breathe healthily, and it's good for the neighborhoods. Lot 3, there's a substantial amount of vacant space there that's just not being used at all. There's, folks use it as a walkthrough. Sometimes people put trash there, and those 2 lots are just a huge space that's kind of like empty. So with the city and the state having an affordable housing crisis, this is an opportunity for us to add just a little bit more density into the neighborhood. So this would probably be around 3 units. So lot 3, there's a 3-family there. So on lot 3, we can put 1 or 2 more. It's not going to be clustered. It's still going to add to the aesthetics of the neighborhood. So we're not going to do a high rise or 5-story building or anything like that. So I just wanted to add that comment. I think it's a good opportunity for the community. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else joining us virtually who would like to speak about this application? If so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. And we're seeing none. Okay. With that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda, or these 3 agenda items. And we'll move on to deliberations. Go ahead. Oh, I apologize. I didn't stop the time.
You ran out of your own time.
I ran out of my, I have to stop talking. Chris, take it away.
I just have a question. Like, because the Google map walk around the neighborhood, it seems like these aren't the only legal non-conforming things. Should we just change this whole area to R2? Like, why is this R1? It seems like it's not an R1, and I don't know. Like, this kind of feels like spot zone. We're not changing to the C3, which is right next to it. So we'll have an island of R3. Can we make the suggestion to change this whole area to R3? Because that doesn't affect the R1 people, right? Like, you don't have to put two floors on your single family house just because you've changed, right?
I'll let Bob speak to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So it's generally been our practice in advising you, and you in turn advising the council, that we try to limit zoning changes to what petitioners are asking for, and sort of save large scale zoning changes for when we do periodic comprehensive plan updates and major zoning updates. But there's nothing to say that you couldn't include that in your recommendation to the council, and they may decide that that's something that they want to take up. Generally, the more area you recommend for a rezoning, the more properties are impacted, the more people get notice and have standing, and it makes things more complicated. So for that reason, generally, we sort of stick to these discrete things. With respect to your question about, creating a little island of R3, the comprehensive plan would certainly allow you to nudge that C3 zone to encompass these lots because it's that close. And because you could do that, that's a much more intensive zone than R1 or R3. You would be able to create a little area of zoning that's somewhere in between the intensity of the R1 and the C3, and R3 fits that bill. So from my perspective, this was kind of the least disruptive zone change that would accomplish what they're trying to do here. To Mr. Delgarian's point, I agree with him that it's absurd that you can't subdivide an R1 lot like this. But as I described earlier, you can't do it because the zoning ordinance says you can't decrease lot area when there's a non-conforming use. I'll tell you this, I was speaking with a constituent earlier today about just this issue. It was a very large piece of land that they wanted to subdivide. Same thing, it's a 2-family in an R1, enormous lot, and they can't do it. Shortly, we're going to be coming to you with some recommended changes to the zoning ordinance, and that's going to be one of them. We think that there should be an easier way to accomplish these sorts of subdivisions without needing the zoning changes. But you could, back to your question, Mr. Potter, you could certainly recommend to the council that they look beyond these lots when it comes to changing the zoning.
I mean, we could solve the problem by not having R1, right?
Now, that's an interesting discussion that probably does get to more of a comprehensive plan issue. We know that that's a discussion that's certainly out there in the world these days.
And we are, you missed that part of it, but we are opening up the comprehensive plan to discussions. And in the coming months, I think the planning staff will have some announcements about the beginnings of that process.
I'm excited.
Yeah, any others?
Bob.
It's not a light lift for the planning staff. I'll say that.
We did it. The last time we did it started in 2006 and ended in 2012. Hopefully it won't be as long a process.
Are they sandwiches on those nights?
Sandwiches.
6 years of dinner.
Anyone else have anything? Bob brought up one of the points that I was going to say. If I were to look at this as Attorney Gary, I would say, well, you have C3 here. Why don't we pull over C3? You're allowed to build multifamily housing in that. You're allowed to do a lot more than R3. This is really the least intense. I wouldn't call it relief. It's the least intensive way to get out of the problem that they currently have themselves existing in. So for that, I think it makes good planning practice to move this forward. Noel.
I have a question. Is there a standard that we use to change zoning?
So we don't change zoning.
We recommend.
We make a recommendation to the city council, who has, I
Do
believe.
they have a standard that they
Yes.
use to change zoning?
Yes. In fact, you do with respect to your recommendations. So first and foremost, all zoning changes need to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. If you haven't guessed by now, it is sort of the document that guides a lot of the decision-making of this body and of the city council when it comes to land use decisions. A fundamental tenet of the interlocking state laws relating to land use is that zoning and the comprehensive plan need to be consistent. So when it does come to zoning changes, it's really the future land use map, zoning map changes, that is. I'm not talking about zoning text changes, but zoning map changes need to be consistent with the future land use map. And as I described to you, the future land use map looks an awful lot like the zoning map, but it's more general. It's the lines between designations are a little blurrier. It doesn't talk specifically about dimensional regulations so much like zoning does. So it's meant to be kind of a template that gets refined and becomes more specific through the zoning map. So that's number one. You have to make that finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan. And then the second thing with zoning changes is that all zoning changes need to be consistent with the purposes of zoning. And bear with me just for a second. The purposes of zoning are set forth in state law and also reiterated right at the beginning of the zoning ordinance. And I'll just sort of paraphrase just to give you a sense of these. They're numbered A through P. So I don't know how many numbers that is. Foremost is promoting the public safety, health, and welfare, providing for a range of uses and intensities appropriate to the character of the city, providing for orderly growth and development, providing for the protection of natural, historic, cultural, and scenic character of the city. And then, there are a number of others, providing for a balance of housing choices, establishment of low and moderate income housing, safety from fire, flood, other natural or unnatural disasters. So these are all the purposes. Zoning, we can't do anything unless this is great, because this is kind of like these are opportunities to talk about why we do what we do. Zoning is an exercise of what we call police power, and police power is the government's ability to regulate things in the interest of promoting public health, safety, and welfare. Everything has to follow from that. We can't enact an ordinance that doesn't do that. And the state goes further by listing these purposes of zoning. So we don't enumerate all these purposes, but fundamentally it's about orderly regulation of growth and development to guide the way your community grows and changes over time. That's what zoning's for.
Any other commissioners have any thoughts?
Well, as long as we're just thinking, following Chris's revolutionary thoughts,
We can't abolish the R1 tonight.
Huh?
We can't abolish the R1 tonight.
I'm actually looking, I'm always looking for ways to further develop the middle class in Providence. And so I'm kind of wondering if it were changed to R3, is it possible that to legislate that the R3 properties would be owner occupied?
No.
Thank you.
Zoning doesn't regulate ownership.
Miss Verde.
Are we ready for motions?
Yes.
Okay.
We have to start with the city council referral, agenda item number 3.
Yes, based on what we heard today and based on what is in the staff report, I make a motion that we make a positive recommendation to the city council to approve the proposed zone change to R3.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. We'll go around. Miguel?
Aye.
Christian? Aye. Nicole?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Noel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, that brings us to agenda item number 4, 348 and 350 348 to 350 Killingly Street, minor subdivision.
I make a motion based on the discussion, what we heard, as well as the findings that are laid out in the staff report, that we vote to approve the preliminary plan, subject to the following conditions. 1, the validity of the preliminary plan should be extended for 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter. 2, final plan approval shall be subject to approval of the zone change to R3. And 3, final plan approval shall be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you, Nicole. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Miguel. Thank you. We'll go around again, same order. Miguel?
Aye.
Christian? Aye. Nicole?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Noel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That brings us to agenda item number 5, 338 Killingly Street.
I will make a motion that we approve the preliminary plan, subject to what we heard today, subject to the findings in the staff report, but subject to the following 3 conditions. 1, the validity of the preliminary plan should be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter. 2, final plan shall be subject to approval of the zone change to R3. And 3, final plan approval should be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you, Nicole. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Christian. Thank you. We'll go around in order. Miguel?
Aye.
Christian? Aye. Nicole?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Noel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That concludes those 3 agenda items. And now we move to agenda item number 6. Is you, Bob?
Yes.
All right. Take it away.
All right. Agenda item number 6 is an ordinance that was introduced by Councilwoman Helen Anthony, who is in the audience tonight. And this is a proposal to include 2 pieces of property in the historic district. And this would be specifically the type of historic district we call the Providence Landmarks District. We have 2 types of historic districts. One is sort of the traditional sort of call it a neighborhood historic district that encompasses a significant area, several blocks of a city, where there's a preponderance of historic buildings. Not every building is necessarily architecturally or historically significant within a historic district. We then have a scattered site type of historic district we call the Landmarks District. That includes industrial and commercial buildings, and then that includes individually listed residential or ecclesiastical or other types of buildings. And those, the Landmarks District, these can be individual pieces of property. You might have a particular gem in a neighborhood, and that one lot, that one building could be landmarked as part of this historic district. What we have today is a piece of property at 440 to 460 Rochambeau Avenue. This is a large estate. It is approximately, it's over 3 acres of land, and it's got a single family house on it. It's got an outbuilding that also has a dwelling unit in it, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to display it on the screen so you can get a better sense of what this is. Okay. Here we have Rochambeau Avenue. Here we have Blackstone Boulevard. The property is actually 2 lots, and you can see from this label here, they're both in the R1A zone. This lot here, the westerly one, is vacant of structures, and then the one to the east has this large main house and sort of an outbuilding. There's also a collection of small structures throughout. And then there's a lot of landscaping. There's actually two entrances here to this lot. There's one off of Rochambeau, and then there's another one off of Cole Avenue that comes into the back. This parcel right here is not part of this ordinance. This is separately owned from these two. These pieces of property were the subject of an auction recently. And I can tell you that the winner of the auction is Dustin DeZubi. He has done a fair amount of development in the city, and he would like to add some development to this parcel, these two parcels. Because this is in the R1A zone, that is a zone that calls for single-family houses on detached single-family houses on separate lots. And if you want to know what detached houses on separate lots look like, you're looking at it. This entire neighborhood is detached houses on separate lots. There's and in fact, they're detached single-family houses overwhelmingly in this neighborhood. Many of which, I might add, were developed on former large pieces of undeveloped land, in some cases part of larger estates. And you don't need to look too far to see a couple of examples of that. There's one right here. This was all one piece of land with a large mansion. I think you could only call this a mansion. That was subdivided into 6 parcels, and there were 5 single-family houses built right here. Not too long ago, there was another subdivision that came in front of you. It's right here. And in this case, I believe there were a total of 8 lots that were created. And that is in the process of being developed for 8 single-family. Well, one was an existing house, and then the balance, they're under development as we speak. Some of them are done, some of them are just breaking ground, some of them are in progress. As you recall, this was a bit of a contentious one for those of you who were around when this was developed. This was originally proposed as a 10 lot subdivision. Eventually, there was an agreement that it would be reduced to 8 because there were neighbors who were opposed and who took it to court, and there was a consent agreement that the parties entered into with the court. You, as part of your approval, required that certain features of this site be preserved, such as the wall that surrounds much of the property and the significant trees that are on the site. Nevertheless, this is a single lot, single family subdivision. Again, back to the subject properties. I might add one other, this parcel just to the north here, Linden Drive. This was decades ago, a major estate. Buildings were taken down, single family houses were built. So just to set the context, this is the development pattern of this neighborhood, the Blackstone neighborhood. And this is what zoning, if you were to take this piece of property, zoning basically says it's to be carved up into single family house lots in the R1A zone. They need to have at least 7,500 square feet of lot area and at least 75 feet of lot width. Beyond that, if you can get required frontage, you could create, if you just took the square footage here, you could create as many as 19 house lots. The yield for single family houses on this, if you preserve this house and don't somehow put a road through here like they did with this cul-de-sac, the yield is probably lower than that, but theoretically, 19 lots. You know, it could be far fewer once you consider, you know, all the regulations that are involved. I'll let Councilwoman Anthony speak to why she proposed this, but what I can say is I believe that the proposal was in order to preserve the house, which is historic. It was built in the early 1900s. It's massive, but keep in mind that because this is single family zoning, this house that could have easily 10,000 square feet of floor area could only be a single family house under the current zoning. I don't think that's realistic. There's a very limited pool of buyers who would buy this entire estate and just maintain it as a single family house. I would say that pool is you know, maybe non-existent in Rhode Island or in Providence right now. Land is at a premium. This property is valuable for the land, and a subdivision is in many ways perhaps the highest and best use of this. I agree with the councilwoman that this building should be preserved. I also agree that many of the features of this site should be preserved, like some of the mature trees, the beautiful wall that surrounds this property, an incredible hedgerow along Blackstone Boulevard and parts of Rochambeau, this really nice evergreen buffer along Rochambeau. There's some really beautiful things about this site. There are some other features on the site that are important, some important views to the site, into the site. So if you've read our staff report, you'll know that our recommendation is not that this be, we're not recommending against it being in a historic district, but we do think that a historic district is not the best tool to deal with this. Even if this is in a historic district, it can still be subdivided into single family house lots. And we think that single family house lots is probably not the best solution for this, even though that is the pattern of this neighborhood. We think that some combination of multifamily, the ability to take this house and to divide it into more than one unit, maybe do something with the carriage house, or maybe replace the carriage house, limit the number of driveways that come into this site, preserve the wall, prevent unnecessary penetrations of the wall. All these things can be developed into in my opinion, a special overlay district that's unique to this site. We call it planned unit development. We don't have that in Providence, but there's no reason why we can't. So with that, I think it's probably appropriate to hear from the councilwoman and other members of the public who I'm sure have opinions about this, and I'm happy to speak more on it later. We have had discussions with Mr. DeZubi, and he has already indicated an openness to preserving the building, looking for solutions that would work on the site that don't involve single family large lot subdivision. So I'll stop talking and let the councilwoman say her piece.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Chairman and members of the CPC, for the opportunity to address you on this very important matter. My name is Helen Anthony, and I am the councilwoman representing Ward 2. I introduced this ordinance, which amends our zoning ordinance to include 440 and 460 Rochambeau Avenue in the landmark historic district overlay. I will be requesting an amendment of the amendment to include 427 Cole Ave, which I haven't had a chance to share that with Bob. So, but I will be doing that. That property is owned, it has been shown on the map. It abuts 440 Rochambeau and is owned by David Udris and Ellen Darling. And they would like to include this as their home was originally part of the William E. and Claire A. Bridgham estate. You will hear testimony from David, who's here this evening, as to why he and his wife would like to be included in that historic district overlay. You will also hear a lot of testimony this evening concerning the historic significance of this estate. There are few estates left like this in our city. It is located in the heart of the Blackstone Boulevard neighborhood, which attracts Providence residents and visitors year-round. I'm sure many of you have engaged and have enjoyed driving or walking, running, biking on the boulevard. It's truly a special, unique place in the city. As I always say, what makes our city so special is the unique character of its neighborhoods. The historic character of this area needs to be preserved. 3 years ago, as Bob explained, we lost the Beresford Nicholson estate. While the main building was preserved, the rest of the site has been crammed full of very large single-family homes that are literally built on every inch of the lots upon which they are located. As a matter of fact, I was interested tonight to hear that the wall was supposed to be preserved. I just happened to walk that this weekend, and unfortunately it has not been preserved, and many of the trees have been taken down. These houses overwhelm the neighboring properties, and they really overwhelm the neighborhood as a whole. So I am very much in favor of this property being developed. And I would only ask that the built and natural features of the property be preserved. And I think it can be developed, as Bob has said. It can be developed. It has to be done in a more creative way. I think we are moving along with some discussions. I do appreciate the fact that Dustin Dazubi, who has won the auction, he and his attorney have met with members of the Providence Planning Department and the Providence Preservation Society to discuss the development of this property. My concern, of course, and I very much appreciate these discussions, and I hope they will continue, but until we have a plan and have moved a little further along, we're really not sure of what will be done on this property. And so I really do think it's very critical that we move forward with the overlay. Because I think we need to make sure to ensure that these natural features are preserved. So I am going to request tonight that should you take a vote on this matter, I would certainly request that you recommend approval of the historic district overlay and to the council. And I really appreciate your time and consideration. You're a very hardworking commission and you do a great job. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With that, I guess we've pretty much heard the staff report.
Yeah, you have. I just one last thing. I do want to acknowledge we spent 2 hours in this room with Dustin Dazubi, his architect, Kevin Diamond, his attorney, Dylan Conley, and also with Rachel Robinson from the Preservation Society. I thought that it was a very fruitful discussion. I think we are in large agreement that we share an understanding of the important aspects of the site of what should be preserved and how development could happen in a sensitive way. So I want to acknowledge city staff as well as Rachel, and she may want to speak on this as well. I know that Providence Preservation Society also had the owners come and present to their planning and architectural review committee, and I understand that was a very productive discussion as well. So there has been a lot of discussion about what could happen on this site, and our staff report. What we're essentially saying is, let's figure out what the best development should be for this site, and then let's craft regulations so that we get exactly that development.
Thank you, Bob. I guess with that, this is a public hearing, so we will open it up to public comment. We have a sign-in sheet, and there are a few people already signed up. here in this room. So we will start with that, members, people who are joining us here personally, and then we will move to the virtual meeting. The first person on this sign-in sheet is David, is it Sedaris?
Udris.
Udris. I couldn't tell if that was an S or a U. Please join us. I'm going to have the same rules that I've had all night. I'm going to set the timer and I'll allow some
Thank you,
additional.
everyone, and thanks for my time. My name's David Udris, and I currently live at 427 Cole Avenue along with my wife and 2 daughters, and we are abutters to the estate that we're about to talk about. And more on that in a bit. I'd like to start by going back in time to 2014 and a change.org petition where we had signatures from over 811 residents from the city of Providence that were in support of the historical nature of the property, of the importance of preservation, and we're keenly aware of what might happen if the property were developed inappropriately. And I want to enter that into the historical record. It's a significant property for the community and for the people of Providence in general. And for those of you that might remember that, the outpouring of community support for the historical significance and community importance of the estate was enormous. And much of that time can be found, or much of that coverage can be found in the archives of the Providence Journal, in Go Local and ABC News. The historic significance of the property at 460 Rochambeau, as we've heard, or as we will hear, there's a great presentation about the actual history of it that one of our online people will give us tonight. The history is compelling and clear, and I really hope you get the entirety of that story. To add to that testimony concerning the property, we'd like to add that our family at 427 Cole Avenue was once the servants' quarters for the larger estate. And a little quote from a 1917 Providence Journal article references our home as a cottage where the Brighams had moved during a shortage of household help and squeeze play, and that affected a squeeze play whereby Mr. and Mrs. William Brigham moved to 427 Cole Avenue. Treating the whole episode as a lark, these 2 well-known and versatile artists accepted the problem of establishing themselves in snugger quarters. Is that 2 minutes already?
It is, but I'll allow you to continue.
Like
I'll set it again.
to move into snugger quarters of artisans, as artisans of old, where they took and turned their hands to the various crafts in the 6 small rooms that they inhabited. This is just a small window into the meaningful creative space that these artists helped define for the creative community. Their greater influence in the arts and textile design, handicrafts, jewelry design, metalsmithing, illustration, watercolor, on and on and on, deserves mention. Our family would like to add what it can in support of preservation of this history. And what I mean by support is that we would like to propose that our home be included in the historic district overlay. This would bring protection to the entirety of the original estate. Of course, Providence's advertised self-image is the creative capital. This estate is a physical legacy of that creativity and serves as a daily reminder of the artists and past creativity that has made the present possible. This is why we decided to move here, to be part of that history and to try to further that legacy. And unfortunately, like thoughtless development, and I don't think anyone in this room wants thoughtless development, but development also untempered by the oversight of a body like the HDC will irrevocably erase that history and have a profound negative impact on our lived experience of our home and neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this agenda item is Sharon Steele.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. Well, here we are once again. 8 years ago, we stopped a developer who was determined to chop up this property into 10 house lots, destroy the wall, rip out the landscaping, and demolish the historic houses. We stopped this developer thanks to the overwhelming support from the neighborhood by saying no, not on our watch. At that time, there were 3 great estates of historic significance. Fast forward, and now there is 1. The other 2 estates were brutalized by developers. They destroyed historic walls, ripped out park-like landscaping, chopped up the land, and built houses on top of each other with zero regard for the abutters, the neighborhood, and our history. So here we are once again. We've learned some very important lessons. We can no longer trust anyone to do the right thing. Those days are long gone. Our neighborhoods are under siege. There is not a week that goes by without some developer showing up on our doorsteps and telling us what's good for our neighborhoods. To that ridiculous statement, we say no. We say we have a much better idea, a real solution, the only way to protect the last significant historic property in this neighborhood by creating an historic district overlay under the category of the Providence Landmarks District. There is no other way to protect this property. We did our best 8 years ago, but it was simply not good enough. We will not make that mistake again. Miguel made an extraordinary comment earlier this evening, and I thank you for that because you reminded me of it. It is your charge to mitigate negative consequences by buildings. It is what the deputy director is actually recommending that would do just that. This time, the neighbors will protect the citizens, its history, not just for this moment in time, but for our children and their children and our future. There are quite simply no other options. In keeping with Miguel's reminder, we are looking for a positive recommendation to the council. This last week has been a really good week for preservation, but our work is not finished until we approve this historic district overlay. And I thank you.
Thank you. We next have Regina Longo.
I believe Regina Longo is online, and I can promote her to a panelist.
How did she sign in if she's online?
That's a good question.
I was duped.
Well, here she is to answer.
I want to know how you are able to be in 2 places at once. That you're on my sign-in sheet as being here in person, but also virtually. That's
Well, we were told we should sign in
fascinating.
person, even if we came in virtually. With respect to the City Plan Commission, we are presenting in 2. Would it be possible to have 4 minutes to present this historic
In
information?
deference to Grant Delgarian, I will allow it.
Thank you so much to the
Please
chairman.
state
and-
both of your names for the record, and then I'll start the timer.
My name is Regina Longo. I reside at 185 Brown Street here in Providence.
And my name is Holly Gaborio. I reside at 294 Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
We thank you for this opportunity to speak about the archival research we are actively conducting for 460 Rochambeau. We believe this reinforces the relevance of this property to the community and the need for the historic district overlay under the residential category of the Providence Landmarks District. We would like permission to share our screen for a brief slide presentation.
You can do that.
Okay.
Full screen. Are you getting the full screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to talk very briefly about the history of 460 Rochambeau. And this is a story about one couple, William E. Brigham and his wife, Clara Rust Brigham. They were artists who intertwined their home with art making and community engagement. William Brigham was a graduate of RISD in 1907, and he accepted a position in Cleveland School of Art to leave briefly and to begin their design department there. He met his future wife, Clara, and the lure of Providence, like many of us know, we returned back to Providence. He returned to RISD in 1914 as the head decorative design until 1927. While a student at RISD, William was under the directorship of architect Eleazar Bartlett Homer, shown here. As RISD's director, Homer was the first to encourage academic interchange between Brown and RISD. He also was a noted architect for many public and private buildings. William and Clara commissioned him to design a 9,200 square foot Mediterranean villa with surrounding greenhouses and gardens on what used to be farmland throughout the 1880s on Blackstone Boulevard. Construction of 460 was completed in 1915. An addition was added called the Little Museum, which held public gallery exhibitions, talks, community discussions, demonstrations, performances, and private events. It was featured nationally in architecture and engineering magazines as a masterpiece. The main house was used for the national campaign, as you see here, for Medusa White Cement. And in the studio, William was actually one of the most noteworthy, innovative, influential figures of the art and crafts movement in America. He was working in jewelry design, metalsmithing, illustration, and also theatrical set and costume design. But education was at the heart of everything he did. You can see here, he was a contributing editor to Craft Horizons. He was a metal worker who always taught people exactly everything that he knew. And here's a picture of William at the municipal pageant in Davis Park in Providence, where he designed the costumes for not just performers, but even this horse for an audience of over 35,000 people who came out for the 4th of July. Clara was a painter and a weaver. She founded the Villa Handicrafts, which was a small group of craftsmen producing jewelry, metalwork, woodwork, ironwork, and textiles. William and she worked on this collaboratively, and it is here at 460 Rochambeau that they built their floor looms. These looms were bought throughout the nation, and with new materials that would provide a new interpretation of the modern. They were always fighting for the right of craft to be put next to art and fine art. And the objects produced at 460 Rochambeau were a result of the creative imagination, they say, stimulated by the nature and gardens around them. Clara not only was a founder of the Weavers Guild of Rhode Island, but she also was philanthropic and civic interest. She was a lumber heiress from Cleveland. She had the means to do this, focusing on many community organizations. She did much fundraising and community-focused engagement here at 460 Rochambeau, including public garden tours and educational programming open to the public. She worked at Federal Hill House as the director of Italian needlework, and she also was a frequent fundraiser for nursing organizations around America. Finally, just showing you a picture here of the beautiful gardens and the gates of the beautiful estate of Providence. As I said, the VC that we still see here is Villa Chiara, House of Clara, nicknamed for 460 Rochambeau, and the gate was made by William Brigham. Here are pictures that show many of the sculptures on the land, which actually are sculptures of William Brigham or many noteworthy artists that are around the gardens. As we know, the 1960 property was sold to Paula and Leonard Granoff, who were art collectors and philanthropists. They were stewards of the estate. And also in 2015, when it sold again to a cognitive scientist, he also was a steward of the estate. So 3 owners later, this is remarkably intact. However, yes, it just went up for auction in March of 2022. So finally,
your time is up, so I'd ask you to please summarize and get to the heart of it really quickly.
Great. This is it. The spirit of this property was designed by 2 artists with purpose for education and art making. It does not fit into one category, but deserves preservation. Here is actually a picture of Clara and William interned at Swan Point Cemetery in a replica of the house. The house was their heart. And at this point, we can only imagine that we can think beyond imagination and figure out a way, for instance, to use this space possibly as an art foundation, art center, or use it to give back to the community now that it may or may not be private.
We do believe a public-private partnership may indeed serve the community and this land and this history.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Holly is also a bit of a shapeshifter as well, because she is on the agenda, a sign-in sheet as well. So there was actually 2 people that were in person here and at home. Quite amazing. The next member of the public who actually is here, because I've seen him, Deming Sherman, please join us.
How do I get? I can't. It's not letting me unshare it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, I am testifying personally. I am not testifying virtually.
I also want to point out that I am an attorney, and confining myself to 2 minutes is one of the hardest exercises I could possibly engage in.
Good practice.
I will do my best, however. My name is Deming Sherman. I live at 254 Irving Avenue in Providence, about a mile from the subject property. I have been active in the community for 40 years, trying to preserve neighborhoods from inappropriate development, to preserve buildings, and to preserve the great historic resources of Providence and the East Side. I have a personal interest in this project. I testified 8 years ago before this commission in opposition to the plan at the time to carve up this beautiful grand estate into something on the order of 10 or 12 parcels. It was just thoroughly inappropriate. It involved putting holes in the wall for driveways and all this kind of thing. Well, but more importantly, I pointed out that at that time that the proposal for the subdivision of this grand historic estate was not consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I cited specific instances, and let me just read them to you because I don't think anything has changed. One of the elements, and I'm talking about, Bob, I'm referring to section 4 of the comprehensive plan. One of the criteria, new construction must be sensitive to the character and qualities of Providence neighborhoods. One of the objectives, preservation planning, to preserve the historic buildings, districts, and areas that contribute positively to Providence's urban fabric. One strategy is to protect and preserve historic resources citywide through the use of design standards, zoning controls, easements, and other tools. It is those kinds of statements within the comprehensive plan that are directed at exactly what we're talking about this evening, to preserve the existing historic resources. My objective here is to agree to a tool that Councilwoman Anthony has proposed to put this matter in the historic overlay zone. And why? Very simply, it's another tool to make sure that we preserve to the extent possible the historic character of this estate, and to make sure that the development that may follow is compatible with the neighborhood. And that, in summary, is my testimony.
Thank you very much. This could be another, because I don't see him here, but I do remember seeing him here earlier. Dylan Conley. Oh, you are here. That's why I don't see you, because you're behind me. Attorney Conley is not a shapeshifter. He's very quick.
Thank you all. Dylan Conley. I'm the attorney on behalf of Providence Living and Dustin Zuby. We have a vested property interest. We won the auction in question. Specifically, wanted to just address the fact that we agree cutting this up into a bunch of single family lots is less than ideal. Our goal would be to maintain the historic structure on the site. We're actually considering some, I think, relatively creative solutions that include the creation of dedicated park space, which preserves some of the landscape in the area. The goal, though, would require some changes to the zoning. Right now, our only option is those single families, which creates a bit of a problem for us. If we're allowed to have density in other areas in a way that maintains the site, minimizes impact on neighbors, we think we can come up with something that can be an example of the right way to do this. So as opposed to having a battle over what can be done by right in single family buildings, we would love to continue the conversation about what is an appropriate district overlay that makes sense for the city, that makes sense for neighbors, that makes sense for my client. For example, the addition of another property to the overlay, I think that's an intriguing idea, something we hadn't considered, something I was hearing about for the first time. We do think we need more time to consider these sorts of things. We would like to introduce something to this commission as, okay, there is this overlay idea, there's the current single family, then there's this third option, which we've worked out with community members, with the Preservation Society, with the planning department, but we do need more time for that. My client would say that we need a month. I think that is an absolutely breakneck pace, and I'm not confident that we get to a place of consensus within 30 days. I think we may need a little bit more time than that. But again, adding another property to the area, maybe not a bad idea, but I do believe it will require that this meeting be renoticed to identify that property. So these are the sorts of things that if we just had a little bit more time, and we can present an alternative which meets the criteria and standards that I think the council person and the community are looking for, is really what we want to do.
I'm going to allow you to continue if you have something further.
Buzzer goes off. I'm Jason Tatum. I'm done.
You're representing the actual landowner, so I'll allow you a little latitude.
Mr. Chairman, that's it. I mean, fundamentally, we agree with basically everything that folks have said tonight. We just don't have the tool to answer their questions just yet.
Okay.
And we'd like to get there.
Thank you, Attorney Conley. Anyone else in person who didn't sign up for the sheet, or is there anyone virtually who did that I missed already?
We have Rachel Robinson online.
Okay. Before Rachel goes, while you're promoting her, again, if you are visiting us on the interwebs, you can raise your digital hand by clicking the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. And if you're calling in, press *9. And with that, Rachel Robinson, you've been promoted to a panelist, and you may unmute yourself and turn on your video if you so choose.
Wonderful. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I do have a brief statement to read on behalf of PPS, but I just wanted to verify that we have been a part of or engaged with both the planning department and the development team. And I hope that continues. We want to be part of creative and constructive problem solving. PPS's mission is to support and advocate for historic preservation, thoughtful design, and people-centered planning. And I hope that's what we're able to accomplish here. My name is Rachel Robinson. I am the Director of Preservation at the Providence Preservation Society. PPS has read the staff report for this item, the proposal to include 440 and 460 Rochambeau Avenue in the Providence Landmarks District. In general, PPS consistently supports the application of historic district overlays, which provide much needed preservation protection. Relevant protections include, but are not limited to, the review of applications for demolition, new construction, and exterior alterations. This helps to safeguard historic properties and neighborhoods throughout Providence from unnecessary loss and inappropriate changes. It is our opinion that the city has far too little historic district overlay coverage and protection considering the vast amount of historic building stock in Providence. The parcels in question together represent one of the last remaining residential estates on the east side. The continuation of such a property serving as a single-family residence is today unlikely. The best outcome for this property is the sensitive redevelopment of the property that includes preservation and reuse of most, if not all, of the existing buildings. This will provide needed housing, preserve the building's architectural significance, and reduce waste and negative environmental impact. Current zoning, however, does not support suitable preservation and redevelopment of such a large, established, and unique property. The staff report recommends an alternative zoning change, and we agree this would allow for the sensitive redevelopment for this rare property type. Yet without specifics, we believe that Councilperson Anthony's petition for the historic district overlay provides the best path forward presently for demolition protection for this property in the future. We understand that the abutting neighbors at 427 Cole Avenue are also willing to be included in the PLD overlay. As their building and property were part of the original estate, we find that it would be more than appropriate to apply the historic district overlay to the totality of the original estate for future protection. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Rachel. Is there anyone else from the public joining us virtually?
Yes, we have Terry Tullis.
Okay. Just a second to get everything
Okay.
situated. Barry,
Yes. Can you
please
hear me?
state your name for the record. We can hear you. Yes.
Yes. Okay. My camera doesn't seem to be working, but my name is Terry Tullis. I live at 240 Cole Avenue, which is maybe a third of a mile or so south of the property in question. And I strongly believe that applying this historic overlay as a constraint to what's done with this property in the future is a good idea. It's not going to prevent this property from being used in a variety of ways that are financially viable to the people who've purchased it, but it will maintain the character of it in ways that without some kind of constraint, there's no limit on what might happen. 8 years ago, there were 3 properties like this very near each other. This is the only one left. The argument has been made earlier today that, well, if you look all around the neighborhood, once upon a time, all these little houses were built on properties that were once larger pieces of property. That's not an argument for doing that for the very last time, because this is the only one left. As I walk up Cole Avenue from my house and I cross Rochambeau, to the right, I see this wonderful piece of property, which is like a secret garden, as my wife calls it. And it's very pleasurable for anyone in a neighborhood to go there. And it's one of the reasons it's nice to live on the east side and be able to walk around. On the other hand, as I cross Rochambeau, if I look to the left, I see these 5 monstrosity houses that were built after a wall was torn down that was said it was not going to be torn down, but it has been. One of those houses is kind of architecturally interesting. The other ones are gigantic, but it's the people that live there must be skinny because it's very hard to walk between the two, each house. They're so close to each other. So the only way that I can see that we're going to be able to guarantee at this point that there are some reasonable constraints on what happens going forward to this grand historic estate is to put this historic overlay on it, as Rachel said. It doesn't mean that various things can't be done in the future, but the other property just to the south along Cole Avenue between there and Blackstone that was also now been divided up into several places. The wall that's there has been broken into so many places you can hardly remember where the segments of the wall used to be. So in closing, I would just say that I don't think we can trust anybody to say what they're going to do without at least some constraints on it, and making it part of the historical overlay seems to be a good constraint that's not going to prevent them from being able to both make money on their purchase as well as end up with an outcome that everyone will be happy with. If they wanted to make changes that aren't somehow in keeping with the historical character of the neighborhood, I don't think that should happen. And so I think it's fine to keep this as a constraint on what's done. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So, let's see. If there's any other members of our virtual audience that would like to comment on this agenda item, we'd ask that you raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. And one last call for anyone here in the room.
Just before you close, I'd just like to acknowledge that we did receive some letters that were mailed to you in support of including this property in the historic district. They were from Candace Guberman at 540 Cole Ave, Mark Moad, who lives on Cole Ave, and Ann and Patrick Quinn at 475 Rochambeau Ave. And they were in support of this.
Okay. With that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. This one's interesting. I do see the benefit of a historic overlay, just in the sheer control it gives, but I also do feel that if someone purchased this property without a historic overlay, property owners have rights to. It sounds like the owner, the current owner, is willing to work and continue to have discussions and dialogue with the city, Providence Preservation Society, with the neighbors and other constituents that may have standing in this matter, and that he's willing to offer quite a bit in return. A 10,000 square foot house as a single family residence is a difficult thing to maintain. I mean, even if it were to be put into one of the members of the public who was giving us a history and offering other options for uses for this as a public gallery or workspace, I don't know that that would be allowed in an R1A. Bob, you can let me know, but that.
Well, it's actually, that's a good question. I would have to check the uses. We do allow for certain non-residential uses in the R zones, but I would say that, what we're talking about would involve significant outlay of public money. And in my opinion, I believe that this is a marketable piece of property for use as housing, and that would be a good use of the property. I also, for the record, support the preservation of this particular house. I've been in it, I've seen it, I've been through the estate. It's a pretty remarkable building. As a single family house, I think it has very little flexibility. The ability to turn it into more than one unit, I think is something that's worthy of consideration. I'll also say that when it comes to historic district zoning, don't think that that's going to prevent subdivision of the property. The Historic District Commission doesn't have jurisdiction over subdivision. The zoning ordinance does. So, I could imagine if an owner wants to subdivide this property and they try to come to the City Plan Commission and there's objection based on the fact that there might be, penetration of the wall or so forth, you're going to get into some pretty heated land use battles that could go on for a very, very long time. So that's why what we're talking about here is to try and find a common solution, and then kind of back into the regulations from that.
I also remember the last estate that was arguably one of my favorite buildings to look at as I run around the city, up and down Blackstone Boulevard. We did do a site visit on that one. We didn't do one on this one.
Yeah, maybe we should stay for a couple of days.
And it's disappointing to hear. I haven't had the ability to get over there and see what the neighbors are talking about now, and it's disappointing to hear if what we agreed to is not in keeping with what they're doing at that estate. But that has nothing to do with this applicant here. Yes.
Oh, you in Christian state?
I'll be driving a U-Haul. All right, let's let some other commissioners have some.
Can we offer hold a historic district overlay at in advance, and I mean, basically, I guess I'd almost make a motion, but hold it in advance and ask for a I don't want to get too touchy continuance, but I don't want to get into time clocks.
What is our timing on this one? When do we have to act?
Well, you don't have to act.
It's because it's not a.
I mean, so what I would say is that there's guidance in state law as to how long it's supposed to take for you to consider it and provide a recommendation to the council and for them to act on it. That guidance is not binding. Nothing happens by default if you don't act.
For a recommendation,
For
unlike land use.
yes, exactly. Land development projects, they have a time frame within which you have to act, and if you don't act, it gets automatically approved. Now, I know that there is, there's some feeling on behalf of the applicant that they want to move forward to some sort of resolution. I imagine that the councilwoman has a certain urgency around the way she feels about it. And looks like she might have something to say about that.
I'm fine if we would like to continue this matter to give the developer the opportunity to come in and present the different solution. So in terms of timing, and I am a proponent of this, I would be willing to say that, I don't want to continue indefinitely.
Absolutely.
Reasonable amount of time, but in an effort to bring the parties together, I would certainly not.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilwoman, because it sounds like there's a willingness on all parties, the Preservation Society, the applicant, and the owner of the parcel to
And the only thing I'm
continue
talking about
dialogue.
when I say put the historic district overlay in abeyance is that it hasn't been, this extension would be in a way under the cloud of that. I don't want the extension to in any way remove that. It's part of the whole decision. In other words, if the project is reviewed by everybody involved and they're happy with it, then it will go away, perhaps. But I don't want it to. But I want it known that it's out there at all times for everybody to be aware that
So,
that is there.
Another procedural question for you, Bob. Seeing that we had 2 meetings this month because of our workload, and knowing that continuing this would just further stretch our ability to hear other land use projects. We've had this meeting noticed. Someone brought up the improper notice of adding another parcel to it. I don't know, is that correct?
So you could, if say you wanted to make a recommendation to the council on this historic district, just like what we were talking about with earlier with expanding your recommendation to the council to include a larger area for rezoning, you could certainly take that under consideration. When the council holds its public hearing, absolutely, they can't, that has to be noticed in the newspaper. It has to be noticed in mailing sent to abutters. So I don't think it would be a problem. And especially if the councilwoman is going to amend her petition when this comes back to you.
I think my question, and sorry to interrupt you, is more, we've started this hearing, we've opened it, we've had public comment. Would we have to open public comment again if we were to continue it?
I think it would be a good practice to do that. Yeah, especially if this changes in its character. What I would imagine happening is that we would continue to work with the applicant and the Preservation Society, continue to have more workshops about what the possibilities are for this site, develop maybe some massing models and some renderings of how the site could be developed as an alternative to the single lot subdivision. I have an idea in my head that if you consider what the yield is for this property, the number of dwelling units that it could yield for single family subdivision, convert that somehow, preserve that entitlement to that number of dwelling units, but you just build them in a different way on the lot than a traditional subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
And then create regulations that result in that. And those regulations could absolutely include they could still include a historic district if that's necessary. You know, we've created big, small historic districts, some that just encompass buildings, others that are big lots. So there are ways of doing that, and I think we have the ability, but it would be good to have a little bit more time to kind of work on that.
Do we have to continue it to a date specific?
No.
Okay.
So even though we don't have to, I was thinking like 2 months might sound reasonable. Especially because I want to be respectful to everyone, you know, I don't want to, the councilwoman specifically mentioned not
60 days sound reasonable?
Doing it definitely. And then could we also like previously try to get a tour?
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea. We've done this with other sites to line up there's a special mechanism that the planning department has to do to allow us to meet. It's actually a rolling meeting, I believe, or something. There's some. Yeah.
You could either meet as a commission and it would be a public meeting, or you could go in, you know, sort of
like
individually or sub quorum shifts without talking about the item, and staff would accompany you as well.
Now, is that how we did the last?
That's how you did it. Yeah, you did it in
because
shifts.
there were no more than X amount of people from the commission, and we had a minder from staff to make sure we didn't say anything.
That's right. Yeah, that's how
we were supposed to do. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we can do that offline, and we can. I think that's not a bad idea. It'll give us a better perspective of what everyone is talking about, aside from photographs, and give the applicant and the councilwoman some time to be able to come up with some solutions. Councilwoman Anthony.
I might suggest that you take a look at the Beresford Nicholson development.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll be happy to do
right
that.
by that. Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Actually, the staff could look at that.
Yep.
My question are there negative consequences of recommending an overlay zone on it now?
I think even the applicant is saying that she's willing to continue working with the new property owner.
But I think I heard a lot of people in the comments say that they're worried that what happens if XYZ.
Well, I mean, it's being discussed now. I think they'd have a hard time trying to demolish all of the buildings without some repercussions in the interim, knowing that this is on the table. I don't know legally how that works, but can we have the attorney for the applicant come back for just a second? Is he still here? Yes. I mean, sorry, the attorney for the owner of the property. Excuse me. Can we have your word as an attorney and a member of the court? That the owner of this property will not look to demolish the structure or the walls and act in good faith over the next 60 days. If we do so, continue this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or put in a bunch of foundations.
Nothing that we're talking about right now changes any of our legal rights or legal interests. We won't be looking to take any action. It's absolutely critical to us that we build a foundation of trust with this board, with the community. That's the only way that this project will be successful. So it's open doors and, you know, bulldozers down. It's
keep the bulldozers off the site, and we'll be in good shape.
Yes.
All right.
The bulldozers.
An agent of the court. Just testify. Okay.
I just want to, Bob, we talked about this mansion problem before, right? Like this.
Yes, we've talked about it with many.
I really wish that, you know, like when these the auction came up, that the Providence Housing Authority jumped in there, because this would have been a great like housing, like low income housing, and they would have preserved it. And imagine just like some poor kids from Cotton Court or Hartford Projects, and their mom wins the lottery and they get to stay over here and live on this property, and that would have been like there's all these places on the east side where they have these problems, and I really wish that the city would say, all right, we're going to preserve it and we're going to give you guys some nice low-income apartments, 10,000 square feet that in Cotton Court, I believe you could have got 10 3-bedroom Cotton Court apartments in the main. house
Actually,
alone.
I've been inside. I bet you could get more than 10.
Yeah, that, you know,
I think you might get like 12 or 14.
I mean, I grew up in a public housing and I would have loved to be at this property.
We have seen a range of applications tonight. I do say so myself. So I guess with that, we'll take a motion to continue this for at least the next 2 months, and then we'll hopefully hear back from the applicant and the new owner. Congratulations to your client for winning that auction. I believe that was just not too long. It was a few weeks ago. Yeah, that occurred. So yeah, June 21st. June 21st, date specific to continue this item to, if we wanted to do a date specific.
I'll make a motion.
All right, we have a motion from Nicole. Do we have a second?
Somebody second over there.
All right. I believe Miguel seconded. So we'll just do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Great. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your time. Cautiously optimistic.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Yeah, second.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate